do you write women so well?
I think of a man, and I take away reason and accountability.
If I wasn't a feminist, I don't know what I would be, if that makes sense. I don't really have that's just all I know, I guess. And I guess I haven't really educated
That actually
myself.
makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Feminism is basically the air that we breathe, and it's the water we swim in, whether people know it or not. It's ingratiated in society. So you may not have any other position other than that. So if you say, I really don't know anything besides feminism, I believe you.
Thank you.
It's mainstream. Do you guys believe in the patriarchy?
But it's still a bad position. It's still like what you
fine.
just saying.
And what is that? So what is the patriarchy?
It's patriarchies and men rule, right?
Mostly, right?
Men rule, women drool. Wait, what? Okay, that's
No, that was my fault.
Say it. Can you say the patriarchy is awesome?
it's not bad. It's not bad.
The patriarchy is awesome.
That one is for you, Grid One Motorsports.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning. The following video contains explicit language, which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
And there I am. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. How is everyone this fine evening? We're doing well. I believe Kat will be along shortly. I forgot to send her the link because I am an idiot. Sometimes I've been busy, and you may have noticed that I've changed the studio yet again since 4:00 this afternoon. I completely destroyed the studio and then I rebuilt it, and that's what I do. I do things like that, just kind of stupid. So Kat will be along momentarily, and she now has the access. I have given that to her, and then we're going to get on with this tonight. How's everyone out there? Everybody doing great? Hope everybody's doing great. I see we've got some new guys out there in the chat tonight. I want to welcome Bloodshot. You come told to come troll the chat. Good luck with that. The chat can be quite vicious, but hey, man, may the strong survive. By the way, I don't ban anybody, and I rarely ever mute anybody. So you're on your own, pal. Good luck with that. All right, Lil Podcast Reacts. Now, I actually checked out this guy's channel. It's actually not bad. It's pretty good. So hopefully he has made his way back here. He was here earlier, and hopefully he will. He'll have good things to say. He'll probably meme the crap out of me, but that's cool, man. That is cool. Go right on ahead and meme the crap out of me. That's cool. What's up, Nick? I see you there. He was on panel with me earlier today. If you guys don't know, I have a sinus infection, and it's really fucking with me pretty hard today. So if I sound weird or you see me blowing my nose or shit like that, that's why. My sinuses are fucking with me hardcore. And there is Kat. Kat has made it. Kat, that was totally my fault. I was busy monkeying around in here. You may notice that I have once again rebuilt the studio since this afternoon, and so I had to put everything back together and get all the lights and everything right, and make it look good, and change clothes and change hats and all the normal shit. So so I look good. Are you? You have not changed. You look the same as you did earlier.
Yep.
So good. I'm going to start out with I've been streaming a lot, guys. I mean, I did a debate panel the other night, which was fucking hilarious. That was crazy. That guy with the guy in there was just spurging out. It was so funny. I've done a bunch of stuff with VOPod the last few days. If you haven't checked those guys out, you need to. They're pretty cool, and their stuff is pretty good. Gets a little edgy, but that's okay. Jay Pritz, that's right. That loser. Damn, that guy, if he wasn't so funny, you'd ban him, but he's just good to laugh at. Yeah. And of course, last night I was standing by to go live on the whatever podcast. However, I didn't get called up to bat. That's okay. Things will be okay. All right. So looks like we're rolling along pretty good. Now we will be battling up against Andrew. Andrew is over. I know you guys will be flipping back and forth. Andrew has this wicked debate tonight. I forget that kid's name, or he's not a kid. I mean, he's a grown ass man. I want to say, what was that guy's name? It was James Devon. James Devon, like his haircut, he's a sharp looking young man. Hopefully Andrew doesn't rough him up too much, but we will see. So, if you guys want to bounce back and forth, that is totally cool. I get it. And so you guys go ahead and do whatever you need to do. Debate was rescheduled. What? Who rescheduled it? Come on. Who rescheduled? Was it Andrew? Was it Andrew or was it Devin? Well, that's good for me because you guys can now come hang out with me and listen to my Weasley nasally sinus infection. We're gonna let Kat talk here a lot tonight. I can tell you that. So maybe Andrew will stop by. It's always fun when Andrew's here because Kat freaks out. And she's like, yeah, I do. Yeah. Kat, I have to say, sidebar, you've come like way out of your shell the last few episodes. I mean, you are just like getting in there and throwing punches with the guy. And in the chat, too. I mean, she is vicious. You guys don't mess around with Kat in the chat. Kat will tear you up. And so I'm very impressed, Kat. Very impressed, and keep it up.
Thank you.
Good job. As always, guys. I'm going to give my guy Rye Guy a shout out. He killed the artwork for tonight's show. It is awesome. I don't know what movie poster he clipped that shit from, but it's awesome. It's great. It's so cool. He does all my thumbnails. Which is why they look good. Because if I did them, they look like total crap. Just be honest about it. So, yeah. Siege D, you have to leave around 9:45. Buddy, we will barely be getting started by 9:45. Dubrava from Culture Club USA is going live, and I've got mod duties. All right. I'm not familiar with Culture Club, but if you're a mod, hey, man, you got a job to do. You got to go do the job. He found AI women. How about that? Look at that. That's awesome. You should have AI'd Kat and put her in as one of the princesses. But, yeah. My production is epic? Really? Because, that's what I get banged on all the time. Like, everybody's like, content's good. The way you talk is good. The way you interact with the chat and everybody, that's really good. But your production sucks balls. And they were right. And I've been working hard, like super hard to make the production as best I can. So if you guys think it's great, man, that is awesome. That is awesome. So, all right. Right guy, you should not have put me in as one of the princesses. So is everybody familiar? Kat, that is mean. Don't say that. Look at this. You see, this is what I'm talking about. Kat is spicy. Kat has been spicy. She's coming into her own. She's like when you bring a cat home from wherever you buy a cat or get a cat from, and they kind of hide under the couch and won't come
I'm a
out.
shelter cat.
Huh?
I'm a shelter animal.
Shelter animal. and then once they get used to being around the house, they own it. It's like theirs. And you just live there to provide for them. Yeah, that's what cat is like. Anyway, guys, are we all familiar with this term, the princess effect? Does anybody need that explained to them, or can we? Do I need to go into depth? Anybody got any ideas? See, before I get into this, Siege D, my man. So, I was actually on stream with Based Oracle, and I thought he was okay, but a little weird. He has gone full tilt regarded, and I don't know why. That dude needs serious help. Serious. Like, I think needs to be an intervention. There is, right?
What did he do?
Well, so I told you that Andrew's had so one of the things that Andrew's like really like on guard about is this idea of people stabbing him in the back after he helps them, right? And which I get, man. I've helped a lot of people and I've been stabbed in the back, and so I never do it. Like if somebody helps me out until they fuck me over, we're buddies, right? Like I will do whatever I can to help out. And so I don't know exactly what started it, but before I went on the show, this dude Based Oracle was taught, and he might be in the chat tonight. He does watch the stream. He had I watched a couple of his streams, and one of the things he talked about was how he felt like that Andrew and Rachel weren't really quite the Christians they put out to be, and some other stuff, which honestly, I mean, hey man, if you want to go down that well, that's fine, but it's one of those none of my business things, right? Like, just like I wouldn't talk about your relationship with your husband. I have no fucking clue, whatever, right? Like I'm not gonna comment on that. Even when you talk about it, I only just nod politely, right?
Okay.
It's what people do, right? Because it's none of my damn business. And to be commenting on it was just a little weird, right? But I kind of put it out of my head as just whatever. And then when I went on the show, he kind of tried to steer the conversation that way, and I kind of steered it away because Andrew is my buddy, and I like Andrew a lot, and he's done a lot for me, and I will continue to do a lot for him. Whatever he needs, man, I'm there for him. So, pardon me. At some point, Oracle decides to basically, and I understand, he only had, like, when I went on his show, I had like 50 or 100 followers, if that, and I think he had like 250 or 300. I think he still has 300, which is like me, we're developing slowly. And and then he just stabbed Andrew in the back for like clout or something. I don't know. And he has like I actually caught one of his pods popped up in my stream, and I watched a few minutes of it, and it was all first of all, it was really sad. It was really sad. It was really pathetic. And the way that he was antagonizing Andrew was just ridiculous. I mean, he could just be jealous, Papa One. I don't know. Yeah. How do you grift doing entertainment content? I don't know, man. I don't want to go too far down this this road. Yeah, Arthur Daya, the thing is that, yeah, he did say that. He said that he, matter of fact, he still talks about he's still developing in his religion, in his Christianity. So it doesn't matter. I mean, why criticize a guy who's trying to do the right thing? It's really interesting. Anyway, so it's just a bunch of jealousy, backstabbing, backbiting. And this is just something that seems to happen in the creator world. Because, like, if I help you and then your channel starts to take off a little bit, it might be, it might be easy for you to make fun of me to gain a few more followers or whatever. It's just, I personally will never operate that way. For me personally, like, I will never say anything really bad about Josie ever. Josie's welcome to come on the show when I have space or whatever. And it kind of suits her. Fuck, sorry guys. I forget that every time. But I'm really just kind of I'm just an up and up kind of dude like that, and I just don't see the point in it. I guess at the end of the day, I just don't see the point in it. I'm not that much about clout, and I just really don't see any reason to be a dumbass, which is what I equate that to. Dude took time out of one of his California whatever excursions to hang out in the Discord because it was my birthday. Go back with him about 3 years. No bad words to say at all. What's interesting is Andrew, while he was out in California, he took time out to not only come on my show, but he privately talked to me about what I could do to make my stream better. And he set me up with all of his guys. He's never sent me a bill, never charged me a dime. And, they helped me with recommendations for my lighting, how to not have my glasses glaring so you can actually kind of see my eyes. I mean, you can't, but you can almost see them. And I'm not an anime character with glared out glasses. So, and he didn't have to do any of that, and this is my problem in the creator space, like I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but it shouldn't be that way. It's just like, I don't know. I can't get there from here. I just can't get there from here. So I don't know, but I would like to see Andrew debate and destroy Based Oracle, because he is not up to it. I could destroy Based Oracle, and I hate to debate. I should say that I hate to debate. It's not that I can't do it. I just don't like to do it. People have seen me debate, and I don't do poorly. I just don't like it. It brings out a bad side, because I want to destroy you and your opinion and everything else, because that's the way it's supposed to be. Because we're not friends when we're debating, which I also think is something that happens to Andrew. Andrew, and I 100% see this in his debate style. When he goes to debate you, he's going to tear you apart. Like, you can be his best friend. Like, he could go, like, if him and Jim Bob debated, and I could tell Jim Bob's like his best friend. If him and Jim Bob debated, Jim Bob might cry with how hard Andrew would be on him. And then immediately after the debate, Andrew would be over there, arm around him. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Let's go get a beer, right? Which is how it should be, right? So, is that the topic? Well, wait, what? What is this? No. The audacity, sir. I got to break out my true Southern accent for that one. The audacity. Wow. Holy balls. With the Princess Show is right. I called it tonight. Anyway. In-person debate moderated by Glenn Lawrence. Cool. All right, guys. That's guys. Devil's advocate Andrew is terrifying. He just terrifies his cat just by showing up. I think that's very funny. I can't understand it, but I think it's funny. I'm doing great, man. How's the job going? You gainfully employed still? It's important to do well at your job. I hope you're doing great, man. Hope you're doing great. Yeah. If that's the debate topic, seriously, that is that Andrew's going to wipe the floor with that dude. Like, seriously. Like, I can't. So. Yeah, look, I can't do pardon me. I can't do super chats through YouTube. I can't, pardon me. I can technically do super chats through Streamlabs, but I have to set it up, and I'm not 100% comfortable with it yet. So, this is funny. Is this debate for real? Is it actually happening? Yes. Yes, it is. Well, I mean, it's supposed to happen. Did I miss Flint's answer? Is he gainfully employed? Is he working? There it is. Learning the oil business. From the testing to pumping onto the truck. Can't wait till next week when I get in the truck. Now, you get a percentage of that, right? That's like real money. That's like real money. That's good shit. So, all right, guys. So just so you guys know, I generically do not tell Kat what we're going to talk about because I don't want her to plan for it. I don't want her to prepare. I don't want her to pull a Destiny and have 10 pages of notes. I just want raw, like immediate thought. And so I don't tell her what it's going to be about. Now, she did have a couple hours today because at the end of the Project VO podcast, I did tell her what the subject was, but I don't think she had enough time to prepare because she had things to do. She's a mom. She's got things to do. So if you're not familiar with the princess effect, for the last 50 years, maybe 80 years, the young women of this country have been told that they are princesses from the day they're born. They're treated like princesses. They wear gowns. They go to beauty pageants. They are told over and over and over and over again, they are a princess. Now, this started out innocently enough, and it was part of that was to imbue them with a sense of self-worth so that they would remain chaste until marriage. Unfortunately, the 60s happened. The 60s happened as sexual revolution and birth control and moms becoming degenerates. And all of a sudden, instead of being these chaste little princesses running around being, I'm looking at the wrong camera. No, I'm not. Camera's right there. I don't look directly into the camera, man. I don't know what it is. I just don't do it. Sorry, bro. So just so you clear what I'm talking about. No, I'm not looking at the wrong camera. I'm looking at the right camera. I just don't look directly into it. It's just a thing I have. Princess refer to Disney's mostly white women with no diversity. No. But that would be a good one. That would be good. So I am looking at the chat. Worse for my thumbnails. That's funny. And feminists don't like the Disney princess effect on the way their traditional gender roles are presented in movies. That's right. So again, up until about the 60s, the idea of this princess effect, or that all little girls were princesses and should be treated as princesses, was okay because it was realistically part of its guiding principle was you remain chaste, you remain pure. Snow White. There's a fucking reason why Snow White was called Snow White from the word go. So to remain pure and chaste and all of that was great, and that was what it was supposed to do. And then the feminists happened, the 60s happened, and now gradually over time, this is devolved into entitlement, spoiled little girls who scream at their parents, who scream at everyone around them, who are terrible, terrible human beings, and yet they're still daddy's little princess, mommy's little princess. Some of them even wear tiaras. I've seen it. And since Kat has a daughter, we have someone that's perfectly capable of speaking to this on a first wave point of view. So yes, and then Disney got woke. Yes, okay, I'll put that up there. Yeah, and then Disney got woke. We got a long show. Just calm down. You guys are trying to skip ahead to the end. Don't do that. Kat?
Okay. Do you want me to say what I think about it now?
Absolutely.
You're not
I want
to
to
like it.
engage you in conversation.
Okay. Disney princess effect or just princess effect in general?
Princess effect in general.
I don't think we have it. I think we used to have that.
Dead?
Completely dead for generations. Now we have the little prince effect. Single moms saying, "Oh, my son, you'll find a girl to take care of you. You don't have to do anything. I'll do everything for you." And then they tell their daughters, "You have to go out there and make it on your own. No one's going to help you. Don't trust a man," and blah, 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 blah. It's reversed.
There's some merit to that. I had not looked at it from that point of view, but there is merit to that because my mom raised me to take care of myself because there was no female, in her mind, there was no female capable of taking care of me. And I needed to do it myself. Nowadays, I think you're right. I do think that parents are teaching young men that all they really need to do is worry about getting through school, get good grades, go get a good job. Don't worry about how to do your laundry, how to sew a split seam, how to fix your shirt, how to put a button back on your shirt. Don't worry about any of that. You'll get a wife to do that. So there is some merit to that. Although I do think the princess phenomenon is still going strong. I still see little entitled girls everywhere who honestly believe that they will do nothing in life and that a man will take care of them. That basically their daddy takes care of them now and their husband's going to take care of them in the future.
I have never once seen this in my life. Unless there's a weak father that doesn't take care of them. It could
be a Southern thing. We still have, we're still afflicted with the little beauty pageant things. Anyway, whatever.
So, yeah, I've heard I'm very old.
Oh, I can't even actually read the chat. You guys got to slow down.
Yeah, I heard since I was a little kid, no one's going to come save you. You got to get out there and make it on your own. Don't trust a man. They're all
feminist. That's the feminist.
Evil, sure. What are they? They'll just leave you and cheat on you and you'll be alone and pregnant. That's the horror story. The complete reverse. Before it was you could trust a man, he'll come and save you. Now it's he's going to come and destroy your life.
Yeah. I think that's interesting. Well, so let's break this down into a couple of different parts. Men used to be taught that they needed to be kings, right? They needed to go out. They needed to be, and I teach my son that as a proper young man, he needs to have a specific skill set, right? He needs to be able to shoot. He needs to be able to ride a horse. He needs to be able to play poker. He needs to be able to play pool. He needs to be able to play golf. He needs to sail. He needs to know how to drive a powerboat. He needs to know how to fly a plane. He needs to know how to drive a car. I mean, it's just all these life skills that you just need to do. I mean, you just need to know how to do those. You need to know how to pitch a tent. You need to know how to sew up a shirt. You need to know. I mean, there's a lot of life skills that people need that parents don't bother teaching anymore at all. There's to be successful in life, I think that there's a lot of things that you really have to teach people. For young ladies, I'm sure that there's a list there too, right? Like young ladies should know certain things. And I don't know that they're learning them now. That's a great point. That I had not actually intended to take it that way. But for sure, that is accurate. That's very accurate.
Yeah, I can say that the men that I know now, the young kids, you know, my friends' kids, like maybe they're 25 to 30 something. They're all with this mentality that a woman is going to come along, pay half their bills, take care of them, cook, clean, give them kids, but take care of the kids too. And they're just going to, you know, do a part-time job or some garbage. And it's completely flipped. Everything is flipped. We're in bizarre world. They're talking about being stay-at-home dads, getting a boss babe, because life needs polarity. If you tell the women to be men, the men will be okay. Then I'll be the woman. You're not going to have two men.
I don't know if it goes that far, but I can promise you that if you're going to go, if a man, you know, is dating a woman and she does all of this stuff herself, he's going to let her because he doesn't want to fight about it. He doesn't want to. He doesn't care enough about those little things. And what ends up happening, without fail, is she gets mad. She gets tired of doing it, and she's like, "Why am I always doing this?" And he's like, "Because you did it. I'm happy to do it. I've actually gone through that. Where it's like, why am I always balancing the bank book? Well, because you did it. If you said, I want you to do it, then I would have done it. But if you're going to take on that responsibility, I'm not going to fight you over it." And so I think I think there's another very valid point. I think that women tend to act a specific way to prove themselves, and then they get tired of it. They don't want to do it anymore. They're like, why isn't this man? And we hear this, right? Why doesn't he open my fucking car door? Well, because the first 4 dates you went out, you yelled at him for opening your car door because you a bad bitch. Right? Am I wrong, chat? Tell me, am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong on that. But because because men don't want to fight with their women. They don't. You know, well, I mean, most of the time. I got somebody's asked me questions here. I'm sorry. I'm not keeping up with chat, guys, when we're doing this. So I'm going to put this up there. I'm going to go. Okay. You need to know how to play poker, tennis, golf, and arguments can be made for a couple other sports because that's where meetings take place and business gets done. It just happens that way. You actually also need to know how to play pool. Done a lot of business over a game of pool. You need to know how to sail, drive a power boat, fly a plane, and drive a car because at some point you're going to need to get some fucking where. And if you can't get there because you don't know how to do it, then you don't know how to do it. Riding a motorcycle is also a necessary skill, but that just should go without saying. Man can't ride a motorcycle. Is he a man? I don't think so. So, and if you can't sew up your shirt, you're fucking useless. If you can't put a button on a shirt, you're even more fucking useless. If you can't balance a checkbook, you're a detriment to yourself and everyone around you. So if you want to be a man, there are certain skills in life you're going to have to master. Now, do you have to master them all? Most people won't, but I will. I have, actually. I have all of the skills and more. You must know how to shoot. Every man should know how to properly handle firearms, how to take them apart, how to clean them, put them back together. That's just being a man. You don't have to own one. I mean, I'm not going to call you that you're not a man if you don't actually own one. But you should be familiar with them because at some point you may come into contact with them. It helps if you can shoot a bow and arrow. I am a big archery guy. I don't know that that's a necessary skill. I just think it's fucking cool. If you can't do a pull-up, you're not a man. I can do one at this point. But I mean, it's I also think that, to be honest with you, I'll go further. I think that you need to understand how to plant things and grow things, especially food. It helps if you know how to can food. and understand it. You don't have to be able to physically go out and do it right this minute. You need to understand how to do it, right? Camping. You need to understand how to pitch a fucking tent. Not because these are survival skills, but these are just what if you meet the perfect girl in your life? The most perfect girl you've ever met in your life, and she wants to go camping and you look like a fucking idiot because you can't put a tent up. What kind of deal is that? You know, gonna take her to the fucking Hilton her whole life? That's a great signal. So anyway. Am I wrong, chat? Tell me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, tell me. I mean, you know, I'm not going to listen to you, but you can tell me. You should tell me so I can see how wrong I am. I've been wrong before, like twice. Actually, I thought I was wrong, but I was mistaken. I was right the whole time. Yeah, that's how that works. Yeah. Oh, I said, you're living in Germany? My bro, you poor bastard. You know, wink if you're in danger, I guess. All right. Yeah, and I mean it's just how business gets done. It's how deals get made. How are you going to, you know, if you're out with your boss for the weekend and he tells you to drive the boat back to the dock and put gas in it and you can't fucking do it, then he's going to think you're a fucking idiot. I mean, I would. I'm just telling you. Kat finds all this very funny. She lives in Miami. She's probably been on boats her whole life.
No, never.
No?
No. I mean, I've been in them, just not a lot. Fishing trips.
Yes, all young men should go to Boy Scouts. All of them. All young men. Without fail. They will take any of you. Any young men. Or any of your young men, I guess I should say, since probably nobody under here is. Yeah. You have a GTR, John? Do you have a GTR, bro? I gotta know. You got a GTR, bro? I hate golf, but you gotta be able to for work. That's right. Even my wife has to play golf because that's what they do. They go fucking play golf once a year. What year GTR you got, John? It better be a fucking cool one. Like an R32, R33, R34. R32, my man. My man. Those are the ones that don't blow up. I'm sorry. I had some friends in England that tried to run a R34 GTR as a drift car for like 2 years, and they just kept blowing rod bearings out of the motor because the motors just don't hold up. And they ended up stripping the entire drivetrain out, putting an LS in it. People cried and whined, but you know, whatever. Yeah, R32 is fucking lit. In the U.S. or you overseas, bro? I can say no. I can say whatever the fuck I want. Where'd that go? I will say Boy Scouts. I will continue to say Boy Scouts. And nobody can stop me. Oh, you're in Australia. All right. Cool. I'm an FD guy myself. I have 4 FD3S. So here's an interesting thing. You know that the Girl Scouts got so wishy-washy and just kind of basically all they exist for is to sell fucking cookies. That there's an organization called the Daughters of America or there's another group that actually goes camping and shit. It's awesome. It's very cool. Yeah, Kat will fall asleep if we go too far into car stuff. She doesn't actually go to sleep. Her eyes roll back in her head, and she's just like, "Oh, it's man prattle. Don't want to know. Don't want to know." Dustin S., I owned a race team, a race shop, a body shop, a service shop and a couple other shops. Cool shit. So, yeah. It's not Daughters of the Confederacy. It's like American Hair. I don't remember, but they're legit. They're legit. They go out and they do good stuff. Yeah, I'm a big rotary guy. I'm actually putting a rotary engine in my airplane. FD is in RX-7. Yes, sir. I have a Rocket Bunny. I have a burnout. I have an FD with a burnout kit on it, and I have 2 that are bone stock. 3 are for sale at some point. I'll get around to it. I don't know if Girl Scouts are offensive. Why are you asking me these? That's a silly question. Why would I know that? Cat, is Girl Scouts offensive? That's a cat question.
What is this? I'm making 20 an hour flat for training, and when I'm on my own for nights.
Oh, no. I was talking about is Girl Scouts offensive?
Oh, it's Girl Scouts offensive.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to read that before it disappeared. The chat's going like super fast now. So you're surprised. Why are you surprised, bro? Yeah. I actually have a picture of my car. Let me drag up a picture of my car. Give me 1 sec. I will. I'll do that. Well, Kat entertains with that question. If Girl Scouts is offensive now, if it's offensive to refer to Girl Scouts as Girl Scouts.
Everything's offensive now, so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You're just screwed any way you go, right? I mean, yes, whatever. You're just hosed, right, Kat? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean, I think we should make our own scouts. Why not?
Own scouts. How interesting. Okay. All right.
I mean, that's what I do.
Discord scouts. Are we talking Discord scouts, or what are we talking?
What do you mean? Discord?
Yeah, like or not Discord, but the Unreasonable Man channel scouts. Is that?
No, I just mean in general. If you have kids, just figure out what you want to teach them, life skills. Get their friends together and say, "We're going to go do this." That's all it takes. Just a few people.
Legit. Yeah, that's actually pretty legit. So,
I mean, we could just figure out all this stuff on YouTube and then take them to the woods.
Well, I mean, shockingly, I actually know all of it. I know it's weird. It's so weird that I know, but I do.
Yeah. I teach my kid how to make soap from scratch.
That's cool. That's cool.
Skincare products, canning. We had the chicken, so that was a thing. She hated that, but she has to do it.
Chicken?
Yeah, teach her how to take care of the farm animals. Keep them alive.
There's my sweet ride, John. It's in my warehouse right now because I haven't driven. I probably haven't driven it in about a year, probably. That is a Rocket Bunny. Isn't the name cool? Rocket Bunny. Has Kat's eyes rolled back in her head yet? Kat, you still there?
I'm here. It's a car.
John Burt, there's my Rocket Bunny. It is a Rocket Bunny, Max K. It was actually the first one it was the first non-SEMA Rocket Bunny built and the first vintage red Rocket Bunny built. So it's pretty sweet. It's cool. I like it. Anyway. Shame it's not a Nissan. No, man, I like to drive, man. I like to drive. I don't like to work in my car all the time. Dang old Nissans breaking down. Anyway, it's a car. All these girls are like, oh, it's a car. Whatever. All right, so let's get back to princess stuff. Kat, were you a princess growing up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, it apparently worked out for you.
Yeah.
Is your daughter being trained as a princess?
Well, I'm trying to do that, but my husband was a little indoctrinated, so we're trying to say no, we're not doing that. It's just like it's really difficult because all the media says girls need to be able to support themselves and blah 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 blah, and the guys are going to leave them and you can't trust anybody and all this stuff. So he sometimes has a hard time with it. He's like, should we teach her this or should we go this way? And
Sure.
it's the constant thing. And then he's like, well, none of the guys look like men anymore, so maybe she's gonna have to take care of herself. And that's like the hard part.
Shot fired. Shot fired.
I mean, it's a sad reality that we're in. Where are the actual men being raised? Like, I don't see them. I'm looking around, they're just single moms telling their sons they're little princes and over, indulging them and then yelling at their daughters to get out there. And
Interesting.
yeah, and Max is right. A lot of young girls are now being trained to look for feminine guys as attractive. This is like how you saw what happened like in Korea, like all the men are not men. They're not men. I don't know what happened. Have you seen those like K-pop people?
Yes, I actually went to a Blackpink concert.
I don't know what that is, but okay.
K-pop group.
Okay.
4 girls, no dudes.
Yeah, I mean, and it's so and then the young girls are looking at these feminine, thin, frail, weak, crybaby, somewhat male figures as attractive. So what's going to happen? And now you see the birth rates in Korea are completely gone. Because that's really cute when you're young and you're easily indoctrinated. Oh, you're supposed to think this is cute. Everybody else thinks it's cute, so you think it's cute. And then you grow up and you're like, this isn't cute anymore. And there's still no more guys.
I was actually about to say this. I should have known Arthur Dyer would have just thrown that right out. Birth control makes women perceive more effeminate guys as attractive as well. So the more masculine men are being passed over oftentimes because of all the hormone imbalance.
Yes.
Would that be
I mean,
imbalance?
100% when you put a woman on birth control, she's going to look for basically the male equivalent of a female, the most feminized male. But what happens with that is I'm seeing it in kids that are young before birth control. They're not even menstruating, little girls looking at these feminized things because that's what society is telling them is cute.
Huh. That's interesting. Do you think that okay, so this is bear with me. So if we originally taught little girls to be princesses looking for a prince, is it now the problem that we're raising little girls to not only be princesses,
No,
but they don't even need a prince?
no, there's no
Don't know how to look
princess.
for 'em.
It's be your own warrior. Nobody's coming. That's what they're
Oh, you
telling
think
them.
they're all Xena, the
Yes.
warrior princess?
Yes,
Yeah.
you're a warrior now. No one's going to save you. Save yourself.
That's interesting. So they're not even, but again, they're not looking for a prince, right? They're not looking
They're
for Prince
not
Charming.
trained that anyone's coming. Nobody's coming to save you is all I
Nobody's
hear.
coming to save you.
You can't trust them. They're just liars.
So I think it's good here to acknowledge that it's a combination of those two things. It's that you can't trust them, but you should take advantage of them and use them for their resources.
I don't even see that. The men don't have resources. They're not striving for anything. They don't have male role models. So they're not striving for anything.
I think I operate in a well, I mean, although I do see like some of the guys in my son's friend group, peer group, they are, I mean, literally one of the kids thinks he's going to be a gamer. Like he's going to be a gamer and
Every chick's dream.
and make money doing it. And I'm like, man, I don't think so, pal.
Even if you make the money, no chick is like, look, I'm with this gamer that just sits all day.
Oh, come on. Asmongold pulls it, man. Come on.
Who? What?
Huh?
What?
You don't know who Asmongold is?
Mm-mm.
He only makes a couple million a year playing it. Well, Destiny's a gamer.
Yeah, but Destiny can debate. This is different.
I mean, he can now.
Okay, but I don't know what he used to be. I can't go off of that.
funny.
Women have very clear things that they're attracted to: strength, physical strength,
Terminally
mental strength, just any sort of competence in a hierarchy. The strongest one they go to.
It's interesting. This is a really good series of questioning because this is funny. I got to put this up just while I'm talking. It did end. We talked a lot about this today.
But if you recall, she did say if he said, I just want a monogamous relationship, she would stop all of her skanking.
Yeah. It's a really good conversation to have because I do believe that there's a lot of this out there. I don't think it's I don't see it in where I'm at being such a huge problem, but it's got to be a huge problem because you look at how they're trying to get men to be women, right? Be trans, right? Men to not, and everything that men stand for. We're going to talk about princesses, but everything men stand for, right? Violence, self-reliance, strength, stoicism, all of those things. There's a dedicated campaign waged by women mostly to end that shit. Like you're told if you're stoic and you just bear your own burdens, you're told that you're going to blow up and that you have a problem because you should talk, you should communicate your problems. Whether it does you any good at all to communicate those problems to somebody.
Well, men are different than women. When men get problems, communication doesn't solve. They need to physically get the aggression, anger, stress out with some sort of hobby activity with the friends.
Right. Yeah.
Complaining and crying and screaming and hitting and whatever, that's very feminine.
Yeah. Yeah. Throwing things, right?
Yeah.
So can we say that the men are the princesses and the women are the princes? We've done a flip and nobody's happy. And it's not even a complete flip.
Yeah.
It's just a big
because
thing.
Women are always going to like have certain biological needs. So you can say, don't need this, don't want this, don't look for this until you're blue in the face, but they're still going to have them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's really accurate. What do you guys in the chat think? Somebody throw me up some good opinions here. I'm just basically listening myself. We're in an echo chamber here. What's up?
So, what Arthur Dias said about the kids wanting to be social media influencers, streaming gamers as a career. I see that. I see that a lot, but the very indoor, introverted, I don't have friends type of thing, that's more like the guys are going towards that. And then the girls are going to, I'm going to travel and change my outfits to cute things and be an influencer.
Travel vlogger.
Yeah.
I want to be a travel vlogger.
So the girls are having the life experience that the boys should have been having. So the computer games, the gaming has ruined the boys because they're not experiencing life.
So we can agree that this is feminism's war on young men. then they're winning.
It's ultimately a war on family because nobody's getting together.
Sure.
And if they do, they're both going to work, ignoring their children who are going to government schools, being indoctrinated to repeat the whole cycle. But this time they're going to cut off some body parts first.
Yeek. Which they have done.
Yeah.
We know that they have done. That kid from California that was on with Jordan Peterson. Perfect example. Let's see. Facebook sexy things the man does that isn't meant to be. She put when he does yard work. I'll allow it. A bunch said being vulnerable and pathetic. There's no point, folks, where being vulnerable and pathetic is in any way sexy. Do not believe that. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200 and you will not get laid. That is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Kat, have you heard this?
No, I actually remember I said this. Somebody had asked me this, and I said yard work.
Oh, okay.
But
somebody asked you that too?
Yeah, somebody had asked me that, and I said yard work. That's
wow, a lot of yard work stuff.
Okay, and I want to answer inflation killing ability for people who want to stay home. I don't think so. I think both men and women working is overwhelming the marketplace with too many workers, which is lowering their value. And if women demanded staying home more, men would eventually realize that they have to do it, and they would stop looking for a sugar mama. And they'd be like, okay, I'll get out there and work. And they would actually enjoy it more because they'll have like the respect of their wives. This is
I
just
think
like,
so.
I mean, everybody wants to say the exception. Well, so-and-so is a stay-at-home dad and his wife works. And yeah, so-and-so maybe, I mean, whatever. That's like one person. Give me like the mass. I'm seeing it in mass scales. Women do not like working and having kids. So the women who are like, okay, I'll marry you and work too, then the men are like, let's have kids. And they're like, no. And then if they see a guy who's like, oh, I'll support you, or even gives them the hint of, I have enough money to support you so you can stay home with a kid, they might leave him for that guy. That's what I see.
I can believe that.
And
Nate Dogg, you're going to have to be more clear. Random nonsense about games out of. You're going to have to be more clear, pal. I will answer you. You just got to speak English until, like really, really well. I got to scroll up here. Let's see. Ability to travel has only been available for the last 50 years, and men before that seemed a lot more manly. That is accurate. Of course, they were explorers, so they were traveling. And when they said traveling, they actually meant traveling. Planes, trains, and automobiles. How do we fight indoctrination of feminism is the question we should be asking, and can we go back? Kat, you're the exception, and even you just mentioned your challenge. Interesting. Those are good questions. Those are good questions. I don't know how to fight the indoctrination of feminism other than shine the light of truth on it. But I'm a dude. Kat, you are shockingly a female. How would you fight feminism?
I mean, all I can do is with my kid and with my friends' kids and telling them what's going on, because most people are asleep. Most people work all day. They don't go on the internet. They don't see what's going on. They don't talk about like how the dating market is. They don't know what feminism's done. They don't know the statistics. They don't know anything. They're just sleepwalking through life. So I just try to tell as many people what's going on in a very nice way, because we were all duped. I was duped. Even though I wasn't like a feminist, I never said anything. You know what I mean? Like when I was young, and they would be like, oh, you know, look at that's just a single mom. What a loser. She did nothing with her life. I didn't like defend them. I didn't even know to. I was just like, oh, okay, whatever. I was just stupid. I just let it slide. And then
Wash over you.
yeah, like, and then you just let enough people say that parents are, you know, like motherhood is a stupid career, or that's not like helpful to society. Like, just put your kids in daycare, you lazy person, you know, and just, you just let enough of those things slide. And then they just keep winning a little bit more every time.
No, I think you're right about that. It's been a death by, and I said this earlier today in the earlier pod, it's death by a million cuts. It's just a little bit at a time here and there, and you just give a little and give a little more and give a little more and give a little more. And finally, you just don't know what you've given up. We've got the mad German here again. But if the workforce was drastically reduced, wouldn't the society in general lose out on stuff, consumables, value? Absolutely. Well, we get manufacturing, but absolutely. But that's okay.
But most women do jobs that I think they could easily be replaced with just like less people. I mean, most jobs are very unnecessary if we really, really honest with ourselves.
Okay. All right. I'll go with that. Guys, once again, if you were just joining, I have a sinus infection. It's been just brutal the last day and a half. So hopefully I'll be over tomorrow. But just really annoying right now with the sinuses draining, and they just drain. They continue to drain. It's what to do. It was something Kat was saying, something about games. What were you saying about games? Maybe I only caught half of it while I was working. I'll have to go back a few minutes and listen. Which Nate Dogg is this? Is this Nate Howard, Nate Wrist? Which Nate? I know a lot of Nates. So clear up some air for me. Do you remember saying anything about games, Kat?
That gaming keeps boys inside when they should be exploring the world, maybe.
Yeah, could be. If half the workforce evaporated, things would suddenly stop costing more money. So this is something that Andrew says, and at first I didn't agree with him, but the more I think about it, I freaking hate my sinus. The more I think about it, the more I think that he is right. And it's counterintuitive, I think, to me anyway. And I feel like that most people think that more people working means more money made, but what it really does is it cuts the salary for both people, right? So if both the husband and the wife are working, it's not that they're actually earning two incomes. They're earning one income that's half of what they should be making. So and it may not be very good math, and I don't know that I'm doing that properly, but I believe that's accurate. Because yeah, it just feels that way to me. If I was an entrepreneur, I'd find a doctor and open a men's clinic and cash prescribing testosterone. Those exist already. If it's in high demand here in Huntsville, went from 1 clinic to 3 in the last year. It's a real thing, man. Was it TRT, testosterone replacement therapy, is a huge deal. Unfortunately, my understanding is that once you start, you cannot stop or it's over. So it's actually better, my understanding, from all of my limited amount of research, it's actually better to just naturally boost your testosterone replacement through exercise, through eating the right foods, and regaining your hormonal balance, so that you actually start producing your own testosterone again. Because if you start introducing testosterone, your body decides not to make it anymore. So, or something like that. That's my understanding anyway.
Yes.
Kat, got any input on it?
Yes. You need to get out early and work outside in the sun. Get some testosterone that way. Careful with your food. everything that's marketed to people now lowers your testosterone. It's crazy.
The chat has been off the chain tonight. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. I'm going to throw the Mad German back up there. See, like he's got a question for you, Kat.
Okay. If you put your kid in daycare, they have so they don't have contact with kids that are the same age. There's studies done on this. Susan Vechner, I think that's her last name. I'm not quite sure, but Susan Vechner, she has an entire set of books and YouTube channel devoted just to how this is a myth, that kids do not need contact with other kids until age 7. All of this has been, all of it has been marketing scams to convince women to do what they want them to do. Drop your kids off. Don't you want them to socialize? No, they need to be attached to their mother.
That's
7
a great
years.
subject. How much is real and how much is marketing?
Everything. Do you know that they used to, when they wanted to encourage women, before any of like the marketing was involved, they encouraged women to breastfeeding by saying you're giving your immunity, whatever, through breastfeeding or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they had flipped it when they introduced formula to say you only give you give your immunity just by your kid being born from you. You don't need to breastfeed to give them more immunity. Right. So everything is bizarro marketing world. Everything has an angle.
Right. I agree with you.
Somebody's always making money.
It's very interesting how the marketing is played. Christina Baldwin, I appreciate that sentiment. It is the season. And I have had no trouble with my sinuses actually the past couple of years, and I'm paying for it this year. I feel like that I did something stupid, and I don't know. I would never consider surgery, pal. I don't. I'm one of those weird dudes that just I don't go to doctors, man. Can I give I can give an opinion. I think that, and I've been reading your exchange above. I don't think women in the workplace are what's driving the inflation. I would love to point to that because that would solve my case. But the reality is that inflation right now is being driven by the markets, real estate, stock market, all of the various markets. And we just, unfortunately, mere mortals, we can't do anything about that. If you think that you can do anything, matter of fact, if you're ever sold on the idea that you can do anything about inflation, you need to stop listening to whoever that is. Yeah, sinus scraping. Yeah, I'm not doing surgery, guys. I'm sorry. Let's see. You would argue Carter's inflation forced more women into the workforce, and we actually had the pool of labor to tap to keep household incomes up. I think that that's true. They and I do kind of remember that because I was like 8 at the time, but but still not every family had to work. That people were still able to earn a reasonable income far into the 60s and into the early 70s. The problem really came about with the problem with inflation really came about when it started pairing neatly with interest rates and the banks. And this is going to be a long subject. So when as a central bank, the Fed started messing with interest rates more and more, inflation became more of a thing. Of course, the Democrats were highly motivated to discredit Reagan's trickle down economics. That was the whole thing. Cat's eyes are already rolling. We'll come back to it, I promise. But yeah. Let's see. Old Joe is in the house. We don't know each other. All right, that's cool. I know a lot of Nates, man. I know a Nate Howard, a Nate Wrist, a Nate Staskowitz. I know a lot of Nate. How do I know so many Nates? It seems weird. But anyway, found me via the Crucible. All right, cool, man. I like the Crucible. I like hanging out over there. They're righteous dudes. Let's see. Oh, man, TRT is a common name for going on roids. I think that's Tren, actually, not testosterone replacement hormones. Yeah. Yeah, Rye Guy talks about it. Yeah, and see, it really fucks women up. So I actually was it's about 2 years ago. I saw this girl. Her legs were fucking just impressive. And like the only way you get those is massive amounts of testosterone when you're a girl. Like dudes, some dudes can get that big muscular thigh, but it was a chick, and I have no idea how much testosterone she was taking, but it had to have been a lot, record amounts probably. So we're just bouncing around the night, guys. You guys got to let me get back to the princess subject, so Kat will not be distracted. I expect her to start playing with her fish any minute, or shrimp, whatever. How come you don't have fish?
I have fish.
Are fish boring?
I have fish. I have fish and shrimps.
Fish and shrimps. Yeah, you remember how that back in the 80s, 90s, and even into the 2000s, red meat would cause heart disease, high blood sugar, or high cholesterol. All about eggs. Remember when we couldn't eat eggs, and I'm like, I'm eating eggs, motherfucker. I love eggs.
When I was little, they said avocados raise your cholesterol.
Right. It's all marketing, guys. You get, I guess the thing is that anytime you look at something, you just have to ask yourself, why are they telling me this shit? Right?
Yeah, every time you have a belief, you have to ask yourself.
Believe the science.
Yeah.
Right?
Who made me believe that? And how much were they paid?
Yeah. Man, I'm off my game tonight with this my nose. So earlier my nose wouldn't drain at all, and now it's just pouring. It's really great. It's so great. We only do functional medicine, no maintenance medication. Yeah, so yeah, okay. Yeah. Wow. That is such an inspiring statement, because I have said that many times.
They do what they're told.
Yeah.
And who's paying them and who's writing the books?
Hospital administrators are terrible.
And 90% of what a doctor does now is fight with insurance companies to get paid.
Double income, my opinion, is also a relative issue. If your neighbor couple makes 1.7 your income, you're forced to also send your wife to work, or you're outpaced. Yeah, I don't care about my neighbor.
Yeah, that's not true for us.
They're
all working. Good luck for them.
Yeah. I think so. Here's my thing about single income, double incomes, all of that. Look, whatever your lot in life is, that's what it is. If you are, if you choose a blue collar lifestyle, which I support, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I had dudes working for me that, never had a credit rating above 650, right? I'm just telling you, they were blue collar dudes. They were honest. They paid their bills. They just never made that much money in a single year. But they had everything they wanted in life because they learned how to save. Their wives learned how to pinch pennies. Their kids, didn't have every single new fucking toy on the market. They just made it work. And in a lot of aspects, they were happier than the dudes keeping up with the Joneses that, I actually see it in my neighborhood because I live in a just not a super expensive neighborhood because I have a weird bend, but in my neighborhood, my neighbor who has a yard that's smaller than mine that we mow with a push mower bought a brand new Cub Cadet riding mower because the neighbor across the street bought one. I guarantee you that's what it was. There was no reason at all to have a riding lawnmower because literally his yard's smaller than mine. But that's the situation he puts himself in. Now he is a single income household. He is a chiropractor. Is that even a real job? I don't know. But he's a chiropractor. His wife does not work. I'm assuming they have a mountain of debt that they will never successfully get out from under. Because I know what things cost and I can do math. So whatever. So I don't believe that it's true. Because if his wife worked, they'd be in even better shape, but she does not work. And they have like 4 kids. That dude's he's
chiropractors actually make a lot of money. Most of their training is not on helping people, but on making money. That's why they make money.
I bet. Yeah. That's what I need to do. I get my second career, chiropractor. Dr. Grid. Who wouldn't come to me? Let's see. I have a whole theory about how humans are just not designed to eat grains and fruits and sugars and vegetables and all of that in anything but small doses. Because throughout history, we never had a way to save such things. We had only the growing season and the harvest. And the harvest, you had maybe a few months. Go ahead.
We had in my dad's
oh boy
family, so their generations, thousands, so very old family. We had cellars, so we would put all the grain and even some fruits and stuff like that deep underground in these very, very cold cellars, and they would keep for the whole year even. So things that you wouldn't think you can keep, they had specific ancient ways to preserve them for the whole year, and then they would distribute them to the village.
But we're talking about small amounts per person.
No, we had I'm saying just back in the day. We had millions.
It wasn't like today where you can go buy fresh apples in the middle of winter. In the middle of winter, you had apples that had been in a barrel for 4 months that were kind of
preserves,
dried out, kind of crunchy,
alcohol.
Or more alcohol, right? And alcohol was a legit. That's where that alcohol was an effective way of storing grain, right? And it wasn't alcohol; it was like beer or whatever. But fermented grain was actually an effective way of doing that. And so, again, I just have this. I just don't think that we're meant to eat all of the stuff all the time.
I would say this. It's not, we're allowed to eat food, right? We've always eaten this food. It's fine. You're blaming the wrong thing instead of how it's made, how it's processed, how it's packaged. All the chemicals
even apples and strawberries and grapes, and
it's GMO, it's modified, it's made to a bug eats it, the bug dies, and then you want to eat it and expect not to get a stomach ache and inflammation and bloating. I mean, We don't have food. We don't have food.
Right.
Especially in Western countries, we don't have food anymore. We're not eating food. We're eating trash. We're eating chemicals. We're eating pesticides. We're eating waxes and fillers and gums. And it's tearing up our hormones and our stomachs and causing inflammation.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean there's some truth to that. I just don't I just don't know that the amount of carbs we get, the amount of sugars in our diet is so disproportional to what any other society in history has ever had.
Well, I
It's
mean, I
got
can
to
say
have
one thing about that too. We've
yeah,
always had sugar. Sugar is natural.
sure.
We've never had the high amounts in it,
Right.
but
That's what I'm
we
saying.
now put seed oils, which was for like motor stuff. It wasn't for human consumption. It's completely rancid and bleached and whatever processed, so you don't taste the rancidness of it. It's not real food. Everything that they market
Seed
and
oils are
sell to
evil.
us,
Seed oils are evil.
but everything that they market and sell to us, it's not real. And yes, what's it called? Grains are peasant foods. Yes, some grains are peasant foods. I'll give you that. But we've always had like sourdough bread, which if you do it the traditional way, it has tons of vitamins and minerals in it, and you don't crash.
Always had it, but sure. I mean, I think that, you know, just, reading back, I mean, you look at how valuable bread was. Bread was worth more than like a lot of other things, like just bread. Think about bread, something that we have with every meal. And I remember that I don't know, that may not be a thing anymore. When I was growing up, bread every meal. I'm like, are you like that's nuts? It's crazy, but that wasn't the way that was. We were never supposed to have that much. I like what Arthur Dias says here. These days, we live long enough to get cancer and heart disease, and we live with conditions rather than die early from them, and that's very true.
Can I say something about that too?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
We used to live longer. This is all propaganda. We're not living longer. This new generation is going to live less than us. We haven't gotten better. They have lied to you. They've gaslit generations. Maybe in the West, okay? Maybe in the West. But I know in Afghanistan, in indigenous tribes in Mexico, where my father is from, in that part of the world, we have people living to 120, 130, easy peasy. It's very common. They didn't eat like this. They didn't live in cities. They were not exposed to these toxins. There used to be a commercial for Quaker Oats. All right. That's an American product. And they went to Afghanistan, filmed the commercial, and was an old woman. And she's like, I'm 130 years old and I eat this. Of course, she didn't eat that. This was obviously crappy marketing. And this is my mother, 170 or whatever the hell years old. And it was a cute commercial. And people have been living longer than us. The more you get to modernity, the more quote unquote easier, technologically advanced you get, the less you live. They don't want to tell us this, but this is a way. Now, if you're a poor peasant in medieval times, I don't know, you probably didn't live very long. You're probably weak, but I'm talking about you have a middle class life and up.
You know that now you're right. So Middle Eastern, well, actually Chinese over to roughly Turkey, they actually had pretty good bread and pretty good food. Europe, from about Turkey, Caucasus Mountains, that kind of region, over had actually very poor food. Now, do you know they found and they studied this when I was a kid. They found that the reason for the lower life expectancy was the fact that the way they ground the stones, they used to grind the grain, the powdered stone would actually become part of the grain, and it would wear out the teeth. The teeth on all of these skeletons were worn down from eating the grain, and they would They couldn't eat. So by the time they're like 40, 35 or 40, or maybe even younger, they can't actually eat much but soup. They can't chew, right? And of course, dental disease and all that kind of stuff. It's very interesting. I don't know how far we need to go down this path, but it's a very interesting thing. Where you were in the world really depended a lot. One of the things I think is interesting in modern times is this use of seed oil. And the seed oil is like crazy. It's if you burn it, which most people burn the oil, whether they mean to or not, it's actually releases toxins when it's scorched, and if you it will slowly poison you. It's really bad. Really bad stuff. I didn't actually think seed oils were that bad until I did a little research, and they were like, I was like, wow, that is nuts. Especially things like grapeseed oil. What's the other really big one? It's I'm drawing a picture. I'm drawing a blank. But I don't use any anymore, actually. So I think they use sesame oil in a lot of Chinese cooking, but it's it's not technically a seed oil, I guess. Flaxseed is awful. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know. What do you think, Kat? Is that accurate? I don't know. I don't know if I could back that up.
What?
The proliferation of seed oils. Kat was.
I mean, it could be that. Definitely, it's one of the factors. You know about the oils in this country that when you get what's it called, coconut oil, whatever. Most of the oils on the shelf in grocery stores, even if they say olive oil, they can be diluted with soy oil, cottonseed oil, all the toxic seed oils. They can be diluted. A lot of the oils that even say Italian, if they get shipped from a few different countries, they usually add different oils into them, and you'll see that they're not that bright green color, and they don't have the smell. They have like literally no smell and almost no taste, which is what Americans are used to. And then when you actually go to another country and you try these things, you realize how much you did not know what food tasted like when you try a tomato that's made in a country where it's actually grown with regenerative farming, traditional regenerative farming that they've used for centuries, the goat and the sheep's poop, and that fertilizes the land. They don't put chemical fertilizers on the ground, and you're getting these artificial things. It's super high in certain amounts of whatever the fertilizer is and depleted of everything else. You remember what they used to say, this has vitamin A in this sweet potato, but it doesn't in America for the most part, because the stuff in the soil is not the same as it used to be. And we're going by what it used to be. And everything is different now. So people who are vegan are super malnourished here. You have to take 1,000 supplements just to make up for it. I'm not saying you couldn't do it if you had real food. Maybe you could.
I don't think you can be vegan anywhere in the world and survive. Because, I mean, that one girl was living down in South America somewhere, and she was living off a banana diet or some bullshit. She died. She's supposed to be like the pro-vegan too. Anyway, yeah, I think definitely our environmental concerns are a real big deal, right? Like the food we're feeding kids, preschools. The preschool my kid goes to, they actually had like Pride Month. That really annoyed me. Like I'm ready to move him out of that preschool, because why do you have Pride Month for 3 and 4 year olds? What the fuck are you thinking? And that is nuts, right? So that's I gotta, we're actually gonna move him to the, hopefully they have room in the Christian school daycare and or preschool, and we'll put him in there, pre-K. And but yeah, it's crazy. All the environmental factors that go into turning young men into not young men and young women into monsters. So I don't know. How did they explain that one off? What is this? I need more information. Uh well, we've talked about it. So preschool, I honestly felt like he would be fine, like being at home. However, the problem that I have is my parents-in-law are Chinese, and they, what's the word I'm looking for? Spoil. They spoil this poor lad ridiculously. So basically, I sent him to preschool to get him out of the house, so he acts like a normal human. And to be honest with you, if we had been, if this is a mistake on my part, it's a rare mistake, but it's a mistake, none the same. My sinuses just won't stop draining. I'm sorry. My I wanted my I wanted my son to go to the Christian school preschool that my other son had gone to for second grade and up, and I knew that their preschool is really good, and it's run by a bunch of really based ladies. It just really, like, there's no shenanigans. Church of Christ, right? There's no shenanigans, and so I wanted him to go there. My wife talked me into a new, like, shiny, super awesome reviews and all of this, and I was like, I don't know, but we tried it. It's okay. I have a bunch of problems with it. She's acknowledging. I first of all, I think their turnover is too high. I think that's stupid. In a daycare, I'm sure that the ladies get tired of hearing kids scream and want to move on, but that's not really my problem. The second thing, my second problem is they're woke as fuck, and I'm like, I can't get past it. They just now, like I think a month or so ago, removed the COVID questions from the daily login. Like, has your son been around anyone with COVID? Blah blah blah. And I'm like, the fuck are these still doing on here? They just removed them. I think somebody really complained more than me, and I had a real problem with them as. There were some other problems too, but I'm ready. I'm ready for him to go somewhere else, and I would actually keep him home every day and do it myself. However, it's a team effort. It's a team effort, and it's okay. Plus, he likes going. He's having fun. He's having fun. But I am really annoyed with the Pride. The Pride Month thing blew my mind. Like, that was just like the craziest thing ever. Like, that's literally how the indoctrination happens. Is they start in freaking preschool with rainbows, and all the kids make rainbows and shit. And I was like, what the fuck is going on here? So, yep. All right, let's see. Let's scroll down here. Yeah. Oh, there's Josie. Why do you send your kids to school, though? Why would I not send my kids to school? I can afford to, I guess.
Homeschool, he said.
The homeschool thing is interesting. I have some friends of mine that are homeschool, and they have some unique socialization issues. Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of it. I just don't like I don't necessarily believe the reality of it. It's getting better though.
What was it? My husband was homeschooled.
Yeah, because my parents-in-law live in my house. I don't know if I've gone over this before, but that means that I have grandparents there to spoil my kid 24/7. So I can only take so much. They really get on my nerves. You know, this is accurate. This is accurate. This is man, this is accurate. I don't know what to say about it. It's just accurate. I mean, you can't fucking do anything. Yeah, that's where he's going. That's the next deal. We're waiting on confirmation right now. They're basically he's on a waiting list. There are 3 other candidates. There's no they won't tell us how they're going to decide it. I don't know. Oh, we have, but they're old Chinese parents, and they just you have to understand the culture is different. Unfortunately, the culture there is that the parents take care of the young ones, so that the grandparents take care of the young ones, so the parents can go work or do whatever, study, whatever it is. I mean, it works there. It doesn't work here. And my my parents-in-law are special people. They're annoying. They annoy the crap out of me. But they're my wife's parents. There are limits to how much I can push. Yeah, he's not really learning anything. The biggest thing is I feel like that he's the guy on the left is a registered what? Who are you talking about? Um, it's an interesting deal with my parents-in-law. I don't know what to say about it. Yeah, I don't. You don't learn to be a normal human. I mean, I gave in to my wife's request, and it's gonna be okay. The guy on the left, no, I'm the guy on the left, and no, I'm not. But you should try harder to troll. You're gonna have to do way better than that. Uh, yeah, as soon as they have space, he's in like Flynn. Actually, you know what? You know what the stupid thing is? Is that the preschool that he goes to now, which is technically a private preschool, it's more expensive than the cool kid Christian school preschool. It's crazy. It's nuts. Oh, you don't want to get me started on the school system. The school system, John Dewey. Who cares about John Dewey? Rockefeller is the dude. So yeah, yeah, yeah. We've experienced that too. I'm really unhappy with the whole deal, but whatever. So yeah, I'm not going to get into it. Oh, that is like half a rose. She is. I mean, she's almost 65, right?
Soon.
Soon she'll be 65. You got to do better, bro. That's some weak shit right there. Let's see. Dadgummit. You chat's going off the rails tonight. Yeah, I mean, this isn't true. I mean, I when I toured the place, I was like, I don't like this place. There was actually I thought a much nicer preschool. It's a little further away. It's not as new. It's not as shiny. It doesn't have the things that my wife looks for in a preschool or thinks she wants in a preschool. And I wanted him to go there, and I think it was based. I mean, they played outside every day. They were responsible for their own shit. It was like, and I had to learn. My biggest problem with this preschool, look, I can deal with the wokeness because he's gonna deal with wokeness his whole life. I can deal with the wokeness. I can deal with rainbow fucking bright month. Okay. The thing that really bugs me, there are two things. Three things. First, I don't like the turnover because my son he's a little kid. He likes consistency. You need consistency. Number two, I really dislike all the woke shit. Number three, and this is the big one, is he needs to be learning shit. Like really actually learning. None, as near as I can tell, none of the preschool staff actually teach anything. All they do is just watch the kids all day. Pardon me. And I'm done. I mean, as soon as he can get in, we're pulling him out. Like, I didn't renew for this year. Pardon me. Honestly, he could get kicked out any time because we didn't renew. I mean, I don't think they will. I think they're hard up for clients right now because they're fucking woke. Being woke in Tennessee is not a good plan. It just isn't. Yeah, we went that route with my older son, and it's been a little bit of an issue. Which part is insane, old Joe? Upside down world, yes. Yeah, he will have fun. He's a fun kid too. He's great. I just need him to get in there in the nice one, in the good daycare where they teach him shit. I just don't understand why they can't just teach him stuff, right? I don't know. Socializing is good, but I definitely understand what you're saying. I agree. Yeah. Look, I don't believe in the socializing is the key. I only went along with it because my mother-in-law spoils my kids so bad. I mean, like, ridiculously. And no matter what I do, I can't stop it. My wife yells at her mom about to mind her own damn business, and it does no good because she's an old Chinese lady and she just does what she wants to do. I may want to do research. Men need to lead the home. Yeah, I lead in my home. I gave my wife some latitude, and now I had to step in. I had to take over. That's the way it works. Because it's fail. Nothing fail. There's rainbows only in America without the pot of gold at the end. Where's teriyaki? We need an Irishman to go find the pot of gold. Oh, nice, MW. 20 years. Damn, son. That's a hell of a spring break. Yeah. I would love to homeschool, but I guarantee you my parents-in-law would actually fuck everything up. Kat begged you to be in here. I will bet money that Kat hasn't begged in this decade. Any comment, Kat?
No, I have.
You have begged?
Yeah. I've annoyed.
You've annoyed. Okay. Did you beg him to be in here?
I annoyed him to come in here.
You annoyed. That's two totally different things. Yeah, we could do that too. Incel school. Yeah. Not my kids. My kids would be awesome. Dread. Cat Katibi Dream, what's up? What? No. No way. No way. That's fucked up right there. We would have really a lot of problems. Dolph Lundgren's daughter. Cat, You watched the video today, did you not?
Who is this?
The girl in pink on the whatever video.
The Amazon?
The Amazon strumpet.
Okay.
Dolph Lundgren's daughter. That is fucking awesome. What is he? He doesn't say get to the chopper. What does he say? I'll be, whatever. I don't know what he says. He's fucking funny though. Is she a princess? She's a.
I don't think she even has a.
She's a princess, right? I mean,
No.
she's a prostitute.
She's
close,
she's
right? They
Xena,
both start-
warrior princess.
She's a prostitute. Let's see.
Do you want to
Oh,
play a
Falcon
clip
TV.
of it so people know that missed?
Wait, what? I did not. I actually didn't know what gender was at age 5. What are you talking about? Chat is killing me tonight, man. I'm like scrolling as fast as I can, but I got to read this stuff. Raw Dog. Who is Raw Dog? Yeah, I'm just going to roll down. Do they watch your show? I don't know. Here you go. Well, any input, Kat? Rye guy?
Yeah. Yeah. Girls used to just be tomboys. It was no big deal.
Can I ban Bloodshot? Yes, I can ban Bloodshot. However, huh?
No.
Don't ban him.
No.
It's easier to just make fun of him and just do that. Do you know Bloodshot?
Yeah.
Kat? Who is he?
He's my trolling friend.
Your trolling friend. Okay. Are we trolling for rainbow trout or what? Obviously, Kat's not a fisher person. So here's the thing. I was okay initially with the daycare. It seemed up and up, right? It was cool. It was very new, had very high ratings. It's very expensive. I was like, why is it so expensive? I don't see why it's expensive. But in the past 8 months, 9 months, I've become exceedingly less enchanted with it. And my wife was like, no, I don't understand. I don't see the problem. And I'm like, you don't see of course, I'm fighting culture here too, she's Chinese, so she doesn't actually really care too much about the woke stuff. It's not part of her. It's not in her vision, if you will. And so I have to be like, no, this is a deal. So I set it up so that I set up and put him on the list for the waiting list over at the Christian school that my other son went to before he could go to where he is now. And that's what I can do. I can lead. I do not force. I lead. I could actually force. I could force the issue, but right now I'm just trying to hope that I'm just kind of hoping it works out on its own, because it'll be a battle. Because right now, my personal opinion is he just doesn't need to go. First of all, it's expensive for no damn reason. He's not learning anything. He's not getting any benefit out of it. He basically just in my opinion, I don't know why he goes. My wife likes it. I'm giving it, you know, until we find out whether or not he's going to be in the other school, and then if he's not, I have another plan. So let's see where we at. Should every state follow Florida about the situation with guns? What did they do? My state beats Florida in regards to gun laws. How can you deal with the wokeness? But yeah, I can deal with the wokeness, but my toddler doesn't even know that it's wokeness. That's all. Literally the only thing here, the only reason why this is even still like happening is because he doesn't give a fuck. He's 3, man. He's like, he all he cares about is he goes and plays with his friends all day. Other than that, he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care about rainbows. He thinks rainbows are weird. He thinks, he's way more into rabbits right now. Rabbits are cool. Nobody cares about rainbows. But it's just part of that groundwork that's going in there. Yeah, he was trying to be funny. He failed miserably. He was trying to be funny, though. It's okay. That Aussie girl was like 85, though. I mean, seriously, she was worn. She was clapped out. Yeah, it's not normal, chat. He's got to understand the rules. He was harassed into being here by Kat, so we'll give him a little latitude. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and sometimes you have to let him make mistakes and just be like, "See, I told you," which is exactly what I have done, by the way. Wear the pants when I do the laundry. People don't go to school to learn. What did I learn in school? Math. Learned a lot of math. For every kid with training, Cat, how based? Dying of tuberculosis? No, I wish, man. That'd be cure. They probably have something that would stop my nose from running. Yeah. I would actually argue the other direction, but my preschooler doesn't acknowledge it. He just doesn't care. My teenage son has had now. Obviously, he's in a private school that is based as fuck. And before that, he was in a Christian school that was even more based as fuck. That whole Church of Christ thing. They don't even let you dance, let alone like wear short skirts or anything. But when he was in California and he went to the fucked up school, he knew it was fucked up. Yeah, he would tell me, "Dad, this is fucked up." Actually, he didn't say that. He would say, "Dad, this is messed up." I'm like, "Yep, it is. We gotta get you out of here, bro." And I did. Worth the timeout. He did warn us about trolling it. Yeah, it's okay. He can troll. It's fine. To troll or try and get laid. Well, no wonder you failed. You should try hard. You should have tried harder, man. You failed at both. Bloodshot for the win. We're gonna have a conversation about who that is. Your secret lover or something. I don't know. And at least those are full of shit when your kid comes home with strange ideas and a rainbow flag. Yeah, I'm tied into my kids pretty good, to be honest. Yes. I shoot a lot of Hornady, right, actually, and I know the Hornady family pretty well. I like them. I'm actually, at the end of the month, I'm supposed to shoot a match in Kansas with, that the Hornady family puts on every year called Zombies in the Heartland, and, it will be lit. My son shot it with me last year, but he's gonna be off doing some other stuff. I think he's canoeing in Canada or something. It's, I don't know, whatever. So, but Nosler is good. I just don't like them as much. He's in pre-K. He's 3, so he's pre-K 2 or whatever the fuck they call it. I don't know. Yeah, one of the few redeeming qualities about this school, about the preschool, is they do spend a lot of time outside. I think it's because it's just easier to you know, facts, bro. My parents-in-law do not speak English. I can't argue with them. I just look at them in anger, which conveys everything. They do not speak English. Yeah, we'll get we will get VO back on here at some point. I like certain spear bullets a little better than some Hornady bullets. Hornady. I like the spear 125 TNTs for 300 blackout. They are badass. Yeah, but he doesn't know anything about Pride Month, right? Like that's the thing is that it was just for the teachers to virtue signal to the parents, which actually lost them a bunch of. I mean, first of all, look, we're leaving. I think most of the Chinese families that were there, which they had like 4 or 5, I think they've all left. I mean, I'm telling you right now, they've got classrooms that are dark when I go by because they don't have kids in them. So it's a self-fulfilling policy here in the South because we don't like woke shit. We just don't. Cat mail is blackmailed. All of us, go right ahead. Leak to your heart's content. A drag queen panel in medical school? The fuck? You were paying for that shit too. Eek. Yeah. Yeah, they won't do drag queen. So it's actually my town has a law against that drag queen shit. I missed something. Talk like okay. Talk like she still had a cock in her mouth. Huh. Whatever. 304 for the streets. That's right. Oh yeah, the chick in the pink. What did you think of her, Kat? I didn't hear your version on that.
This was the Amazon.
Yeah, the Barbarella.
She just seems like a crazy OnlyFans girl.
She is a crazy OnlyFans girl. That's accurate. It's very accurate.
I mean, don't they all seem the same after a certain point?
No. What? No. That guy, he seems cool. Holy crap, man. I'm literally like scrolling as fast as I can through the chat and I'm like 100 messages behind. What the fuck are you guys doing? You guys are killing me tonight. Oh man, yeah, she not a carpet. I'm a carpetbagger? Did I miss something? I'll answer that. I like the HK, to be honest with you. Unfortunately, they're ridiculously expensive, and you can't buy one because they're can't do it. Yeah, let's just get my walker out, man. Let me get my walker, my cane. I'll keep up with you. HK is your service rifle, right? That's why you have one because they're stupid expensive. To affirm that she was addicted to, yeah. I mean, yeah, I that was like a complete train wreck. MP7 or MP5. So I've owned a bunch of MP5. Well, not a bunch. I've owned several MP5s. When I was a younger man, that's how I actually made money. I would buy them and keep them for about a year or so, and then I would sell them because they always go up. I don't particularly like the MP7. I do like the MP5. I think it's a great firearm. Although, to be honest with you, if I'm going for a subgun these days, there are better choices. There just are. So, yep. I personally like the HK51. Not everybody has my discriminating taste. So, Kat doesn't know what we're talking. We're machine guns, Kat. We're talking about machine guns. Although I guess you can get an MP5 and semi-auto now. I can almost breathe. It's great. Yeah. So, Kat, what we've talked about the princess thing. That was interesting. I actually, you gave me a couple of perspectives I wasn't expecting. Your 416's not. Hold on. So that's not an issue 416. That's select fire. You're saying that's a regular standard semi-auto 416. I thought all the 416s were select fire. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Bro. No M3s, bro. Which broadcast 2, grid 2. There is no grid 2, baby. No grid 2. You're either in it to win it or you're not. All right. Get back on the horse. TV guide. Fucking TV guide. I haven't seen a TV guide in a long time. I remember getting one of those like every week because they were like 25 cents at the checkout. It's cool. No, you shouldn't do the Velcro, man. You got to get the mag clips. They work much better. Okay. I mean, okay. Yeah. That would be a standard issue weapon for the army people because mere mortals can't get those and you can't take them home from work. I like Sten guns. Yeah, they don't. They don't give you. Are the Marines the only ones issuing the PMags now, or does the Army issue them? That's all I use, brother. PMags. I know the guys over there. They do a lot of cool shit. Kat's giving me the 5-minute buzzer, guys. She's going to have to bail because she's getting sleepy, bleary-eyed. She's normally on for about another hour, but the conversation has been kind of on the slow side tonight, so I'm not exciting enough for Kat. Poor Kat is just sitting here silent. She gave me the 5-minute warning, guys. Yeah. Are you renovating your house, Kat?
Yeah, we found mold.
What?
Yeah.
What did you have to tear up?
Well, we don't really know, so we're tearing the perimeter walls, just like the lower half, to see if there's anything there. The whole house.
Wow. Is the insurance paying for this or
No, nothing.
What?
And it's too low of a job for any company to come and want to help, so we have to do it ourselves.
You're doing it yourself?
Yeah. But the good
Not
news
you,
is
your husband is doing it.
I am helping him by cheering him on.
Okay, but you're not going to chip a nail.
I mean, I don't have nails like that, but I paint after he replaces the wall.
I see. Okay. That's probably legit. Cat mold. That's terrible. I was supposed to I was supposed to push back on the princess topic. I don't know what pushback I would have given you. Cat probably does need to pee. She doesn't have a litter box there, so so let's see. Yeah, we've talked about Harrison. He as everybody's listened to his whole speech, right? Where he talks about all of the benefits of being a homemaker and all of that. See, everybody's listening to that. It's actually a really good speech. I thought it was a really good speech. Like it wasn't like it was actually. I felt like very humble, very very calm. So yeah. No comment, Kat.
On the speech, I sent it to some of my friends. Actually, one of my very liberal friends sent it to me.
Send it to you. Okay.
Yeah, sent it to me, and I'm like, and she said we had been talking because I'm trying to tell, like, slowly ease her to, like what's going on in the world because she's very indoctrinated.
Right.
Swedish people. But she sent that to me. She's like, after your conversation, I think maybe there is an agenda. And then this guy said this speech, and it got me thinking, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
So I do think even the most indoctrinated people are starting to slowly come around and realize.
I've been saying that for a while. I mean, like, even the most hardcore, like, my mom is a Kennedy Democrat. She's voted Democrat her whole life. And she's like, we were talking the other day, and she's like, well, this this is the policy that so and so did. And I'm like, no, the other guy did that. Really? Yeah, here it is. And she's like, just like everything that she was complaining about, it was a Democrat, obviously in name only. It was a liberal that had passed it, and at the end of it, she's like, I don't even recognize my own party anymore. Like they don't like it's not the Democrat Party that they were part of. So that's interesting. Actually, Kat brought up a really good point. I don't know that she actually flipped it because I still think that where I'm at, I still see the princess treatment happening, and it's worse than ever. They're entitled, and then you see it with these OnlyFans and similar girls on whatever every single night, where they are, or not every single night, I guess twice a week, and other shows where these girls are actually entitled. Buy me dinner. Foodie calls are just, because I can, right? But I think she has a point. I think that young men have become simps, which, we have to agree with because that's accurate. So, no, nobody's hating, man. Come on. Let's see. What we got here? Don't hate the player, hate the game. Come on, Kat. That's not even original. It's amazing how women like Kat's friend can follow when an attractive alpha male says something she wouldn't like coming from a loser. I mean, yeah, sure. That's true. That's accurate. And by the same token, men will react much, much more favorably to a pretty girl than a, you know,
Say it.
bag than a bag. uh, but at the end of the day, I think that you have to realize that it's just these. It's not. We can't blame all the women for all of it. I mean, feminism is completely ruining a lot, but by the same token, men are giving it away. Men are, like, I can't think of a good example. There's like my buddy who's like letting that girl shack up with him. Well, I guess he pays half of her rent, even though he barely lives there, and she somehow talked him into being on the lease. I think because she didn't have the, I didn't think she could prove income, and I don't think that she had good credit, and I think that she needed him to be on the lease, and she used him. And I mean, we have to admit that there are a ton of women out there that do exactly that. It's exactly what they do.
But I think that goes with any time you're weak, people are going to victimize you. Male, female, they don't care.
But I think, all right, so that's a good point. However, I'll tell you that my friend doesn't get victimized by males. With males, he's like 100%. He's on it. He's sharp. And really this specific female, I don't know that other females turn him to an idiot, but with this specific female, he's an idiot. He's just a complete idiot. And he literally just doesn't he doesn't do anything like he should do it. Anything. So I don't know. That's interesting. It's interesting. Right guy's not hating. He's just saying there should be more to discuss. There's a lot to discuss. I mean, it's a big topic, man. And I didn't expect the angle that Kat came at it from. I don't necessarily agree with her 100%, but I think that there's something there. I think that it is true that there is a concerted effort to turn little boys into little bitches. So
little girls.
Are they though? I don't know that we can go that far.
There's this push like little boys can play with dolls. Little boys should get in touch with their emotions. Little boys should.
Right. And I don't like that, right? Like, look, here's the thing. Again, and I said this earlier, all the things that make men, playing outside, playing rough, being stoic, being a little violent, and just not being able to sit still, all the things that make men, it's a concerted effort to make them not do it. Like, no shit. I mean, you will hear young men told that they're hyperactive when all they're doing is being normal. It's an excuse to put them on drugs.
And what happens when
I
you
can't
put
tell
them
you
on them?
how many times I have fought, how many school systems I have fought to keep my son off of drugs, because they all asked me. They said, he seems to be very distracted in class. He fidgets a lot, and he just doesn't seem like he's paying a lot of attention most of the time. Have you talked to his doctor? I'm like, why the fuck do I need to talk to his doctor? You're his teacher. Tell him to pay fucking attention. Do your damn job.
Well, boys shouldn't have to sit and pay attention for 8 hours a day. Little boys need to run and play.
I agree with that too. And that's one of the reasons why he's at the school he is at now. That's one of the reasons we moved. So, and this is, this is my perspective, right? As a father of young boys. When my son went to school in California in first grade, and it was the dumbest thing I'd ever allowed happen. Um, he basically was just they were trying to railroad him into drugs. They were trying to do all kinds of stupid things, and I would not let that happen. So then we transferred him to a private school. That was actually, if possible, it was worse. And at that point, I was like, there were a couple of things that happened, and one of the things is I told my wife, I'm like, we're moving back to Tennessee where people are like fucking normal, right? Like we're getting out of this fucked up state, and we did. We moved back to Tennessee, and he went to a Christian school. The Christian school was great, but even there, they had a counselor. And this lady was absolutely convinced that my son was hyperactive. And I'm like, he's not hyperactive. You just literally have him sitting at a desk for literally all day. You do not have gym. You do not have recess. You don't have anywhere for him to go burn off any energy until the very end of the day. What do you expect? And we went round and round and round about it for a couple of years. I mean, he stayed there from second until fifth grade, and eventually he was able to. I mean, and I think all young men go through this. They go through that period, and then he kind of calmed down, and he learned how to game the system, and he was fine. It, and then we put him in the school he's in now, and that school is fucking excellent. The He has to walk across campus, so it's never like he sits for a little while, and then he has to walk across. It's like being in college, and so it's made him, and he's grown up a lot. He's still, he would still rather watch YouTube videos than do his homework, right? I mean, that's just the way it is. It's just being a dude. And but I had to step in and say, "No, we can't do this anymore." It's the same thing. One of the reasons why my youngest son is in preschool is because I had to step in so many times with my parents-in-law who don't speak English. I had to have my wife communicate to my parents-in-law that they were, in my opinion, they were hurting my son's behavior because they were basically spoiling him and catering to his needs, and there were just a ton of bad habits, and I would actually take him with me when I would travel the country so that they were, so he didn't have to stay with them. And we're at that point now with my 3-year-old, so I have a lot of influence with my 3-year-old right now. And so I'm not really that concerned, but we're maybe less than a year out from where I'm about to just take total control and be like, we're going to do it my way 100%. I try to be reasonable about this, but you know, again, I don't believe, well, first of all, I don't believe that women should teach young men anyway. I have a real problem with that. Most of my son's teachers this year are male. I think he has 2 female teachers this year. Most of them are male, and he's doing pretty well. Um, the so it's so overall, I'm pretty happy with the school he's at. It is the oldest private school in the country. So, and there's an honor code he has to sign before every test. He has to sign a honor pledge to not cheat and all of that. So it's really cool. It's a really good school. Um, my youngest son, we're at that point where I'm about to take over and just do it my way. But I have, you know, I kind of let it go, but whatever. Right. Okay. So this is a good statement, but it's even beyond that, right? Like, well, first of all, my grandparents don't know how to be. They were never parents themselves. My wife was raised by her grandmother for the most part for a long time, and then her mom is just psycho now. Her mom is. I mean, like my mother in law is just. terrible. Just terrible. Oh, I don't like it. You can't leave. You can't leave. No, you can't. No. Andrew's going to be on here any minute, and he'll.
No,
he'll
I'm gone.
No, you're gone. No, that's the wrong thing. I said the wrong thing. I said, somebody help! Cat's going to try and leave. Do you really
guys
have to leave?
have
Cat?
fun.
You don't have to leave.
Yeah, it's late for me. I gotta do my walk around and then go to bed.
It's only 11:20.
Yeah, I gotta be in bed at midnight, so I gotta do my walk first.
What?
Yeah, I walk and then I go to bed.
Well, walk in place. Don't you have a treadmill or something?
No, I like to talk to the neighborhood cats, hang out.
Did you just say? Did you just say you like to walk around and talk to the neighborhood cats?
Yeah, we bring little treats and we feed them. What? With my husband, who also likes cats, because cats don't make you a feminist, guys. My husband bought me 2 fancy, expensive cats.
What language do cats speak?
Doesn't matter.
I had a Russian blue cat one time. It was really cool. It was a cool cat.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, Russian blues are awesome. A lot of attitude, but in a good way. In a good way.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh well. All right. See ya.
All right.
Go away. Leave me alone.
Okay. Bye, guys.
We'll see you tomorrow, maybe
Cool.
or whenever. Yeah, tomorrow. Lunch.
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow mid afternoon.
What?
Tomorrow's Thursday.
Thursday.
So, I know. I thought it was Friday too. I don't know what's up. It's exams. It's
Yeah.
They speak Persian. That's what language they speak. They speak Persian.
Yes, that's true.
That's funny. That's very funny.
Good night, guys.
Everyone tell Kat good night. Bye, Kat. Have a good time. That's very funny. And then there was one. I guess I should buy feminist. That's funny. Good night, feminist. She's not a feminist. She's anti-feminist. She's like ridiculously based. Let me do something here, guys. I'm sorry. Just give me 1 minute. I have to do some minor stuff here. And do some stuff. Kat was great tonight, although I do think that she flipped the script girls to the dudes, and that's okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what we got going on here. Who is still here? What are we still doing? And what are we talking about now? Do I need some Sudafed? I'm pumped full of stuff right now. It's sinuses. I mean, it's gonna run its course. Is what it is. She is undercover. That's funny. Undercover feminist. That's funny. All right, guys. What else is there to talk about now that Kat has left? There's so many subjects. I'm kidding. Kat is fun. I just sent Andrew a link to see if he might want to jump on. Now that he won't scare the crap out of Kat, and that's terrible. I used to never have sinus issues when I was a younger man, but now they're just like random. randomly ruin my life for like 2 or 3 days at a time. So, anybody got any burning desire questions? I guess we could talk about the Amazonian a little more. I don't. I'm not prepared with footage, but it was. So. Oh yeah, I think so. I think so. I think more and more men are. So unlike Kat, who I feel like Kat's kind of being defeatist, a little bit, and in that she, is basically saying that it's just too late. We've gone too far, and all of that. I feel like that. I don't believe that. Okay, I don't think that that's true. I feel like that there is a um, somebody's been listening to my podcast and gave me the name of that group. The camping group that's similar to Boy Scouts for girls is Daughters of the American Revolution. American Revolution. So that's the equivalent to the Boy Scouts. Thank you to, I believe, Hate. Yeah. So, yep, that's it. All right. Sorry, guys. I was distracted a minute there trying to get some stuff done. Anson Knowles, the Amazon. Oh wait, that's wrong. There it is. The Amazon seemed over the top phony to me. If that was really her personality, and I'm shocked it was like Nala. Her entire facade was for manipulation. Yeah, I mean, but isn't that the way the OF girls are, though? I mean, they're literally grifters out to get your money. Kat is blaming today's men for not being men, but they were brought up in an ultra feminist matriarchal society perpetuated by women where women don't act like ladies. Sounds like a feminist to me. No, she's the opposite of feminist, but um, she does actually have some. I'm not having senior moments. I've got like 4 different things going on here. I was trying to get Andrew in to see if he wanted to jump on a stream. I think he's relaxing tonight. I think he's been on like a lot lately, so he's probably like heck with it. There was one thing I wanted to address. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Um, Project VO Pod. If you're still out there, man, you want to jump on and we'll chat some. We'll make some good chat here. There's that little. Let's see, where is that? Let's see. There. Multiple senior moments yet. Let's see. Hey, let me jump over here. Um, yeah. So, all right. So I just posted that. Um, I didn't. I don't know if that guy wanted to. Andrew does need a break, man. That dude is um, just killing it. Didn't have to work tomorrow. You would. I get that, man. I get that. It's okay, man. We're having a. It's not usual for me to have a bunch of this stuff kind of go weird, and to be honest with you, I'm a little jacked up cold meds right now. Yeah, you can't listen anymore to my sniffling. You know what, man? Dude, it's terrible. It's been that way all day too, man. It's been terrible all day. It's terrible. So where's that little podcast reacts? Are you still out there, brother? Um, you know, I don't think she was blaming it. I think she was using it as a descriptor. So the one thing I think that Kat has right, and I hadn't actually considered it from this angle, is I do believe we have a lot of young men that are being turned into young women, and I see that everywhere. I mean, literally everywhere. I mean, my own son, they were like, they're constantly being bombarded with this stuff. Night, Christina Baldwin. Good to see you back in the chat, and we will be around tomorrow for the day shift, assuming that I can breathe. So that's fun. So this is actually something I think that we can talk about. Now I'm going to talk about money. We're gonna switch over to financial stuff so that since Kat's not here, her eyes won't roll back in her head, and I won't feel bad about it, and I can sniffle some more. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm really bad. I'm really sorry. I probably should have canceled tonight, but the show must go on, right? The show must go on. Yeah, so here's the thing, man. There's so much femininity out there. And I really can't stress enough how common it is for young men to be told that everything that feels right to them is wrong. I mean, violence. I mean, young men should fight each other. That way they know what it feels like to hurt somebody. That's what it feels like when you get punched in the jaw, you know? This is what it feels like to get kicked in your nuts, like for real. And women, and to some degree some men, but a lot of women have really gone so far to turning young men into young women. It's crazy. Iron does sharpen iron. Young boys need to fight each other. You need to get punched in the nose once in a while. You need to be called 4 different kinds of son of a bitch by your best buddy. And we're not getting that. We're not getting that anymore, guys. We really aren't, you know? It's it's just really pretty bad, guys. And she is right. I mean, now I understand that what she's saying is feminist talking points, but she's right about those talking points because that is exactly what's happening. Exactly. There's no other way to express it. Young men being turned into young women, whether or not they want to admit it. And worse, young men are being turned into young women to the point that they don't understand that they're being turned into young women. They're being told that everything that feels right to them is wrong. Literally everything that they're that feels right to them. So you can't downplay this enough. Who else thinks that Cindy from whatever last night was a demon in disguise, or at the very least that she sold her soul to the devil already? No, I think she was just a troll, man. I don't think she believed a word she said. I think she was absolutely, completely um, fake, fake as anything. I wish that, I honestly, I wish that she had been at least somewhat genuine in something. I think everything she said was an act last night, and everything she said since she got so the first episode that she was on where she had the cross on, I think that, like, that stuck in her mind, and now she just kinda goes for it, man. It's just really bad. Yeah, it's not I mean, it's you know, everybody has to be happy. This is also true. You cannot. Hard time Okay. I can see that. It's interesting because, um, I think there's something about different cultures and where you're raised. I know that I have a friend, and if his wife sees him sitting down, she, like it freaks her out. She will find something for him to do, and I think it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. All I wanted was for her to answer about women. Like I said earlier, these women should come along with Carfaxes because Boss Babe 3 or 4. I mean, she admits well, that's she did answer about women. She did say that young girls are being told from the get that they have to be a boss babe, that they have to do this, they have to do that, and she doesn't believe in that. The one thing that I don't know, you may not have heard Kat say this. Kat doesn't believe women should work at all. She has worked when it was necessary for the family, but she does not believe that women should have to work. Right? If you want to, that's fine, but you should not have to work because their job is to make the home and to raise the children. She believes that, and I really feel like that she's pretty based in that belief. She also believes that women are not truly women. It's very hard for women to be happy in the workplace because it has a lot of really um, detrimental health benefits or health. As really has a bunch of health issues when women work outside the home for extended hours. Um, Women feel men should struggle and yeah, that's true. I think that's true. Let's see. Cindy was a troll in every sense of the word. Every sense. She's never been genuine at all. Andrew destroying the cuck all night was the funniest thing. You know what? It was hilarious. I mean, Andrew was nonstop. I don't he was on a mission and I liked it. It was cool. Yeah, right. I think he's responding to ZD Den, where you should be happy your husband has something that he likes to do within reason. These are the exact problems relationship. So I think that our forefathers understood that this was a problem. That's why they had men's clubs. That's why men did not recreate inside the house. Right? If they did, they had a special place that they did it, and women weren't really invited into those places because women would go in and be like, "Why are you sitting around playing cards? You need to go do this." Um, yeah, that's true. Cassidy Smoke, that's pretty based. That's pretty based. They will nag the fuck out of you. Absolutely. Um, and I missed something Stochastic said. Let's see. No, that's, he's winning himself. Right? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's funny. I'm gonna put that up just because it's funny. 50% of men watching porn. Okay, that's true. So here's the thing, though. And I thought about this the other day because on its surface, I have an issue with porn being so widely available and just really being a like the it it's ridiculous that it's got to be to the point that it is the problem that it has gotten to. I don't know what to do about it, and other than maybe ban it, but even then, I mean, you know, I don't know. It was really I have no idea. What I really don't like is I really don't like the online prostitution. If a guy wants to watch a naked girl, in my mind, it's not much different than him visualizing it in his brain. It is different, I get that, but I don't know. I wrestle with that a little bit because I'm like, whatever. You read a book, you visualize things, whatever. OnlyFans where they're like interacting and it's just so much like prostitution. I mean, it is basically prostitution. I just can't get there from here, right? And even and I understand and could make the argument for all pornography being prostitution. So that was it. Yeah, that was the best part. That was fucking awesome. That was fucking awesome. Work was work, and work was enjoyment as well. Like you have daily chores, but then there's fulfillment in making sauce, right? Sure, yeah, I agree with that. So there's a concept that I don't think that most people like adhere to. I adhere to it, right? Like for every hour I work, um, I give myself about a half an hour credit of playtime, right? So like if I work all week, I get some free time to play, right? And whether that's going shooting or whether it's riding a motorcycle, whatever it is, it's I have to have that time to myself. It is hard to have men's space. Matter of fact, in California, it's illegal to have a man's space. By the way, do you store up that internalized gripe and then shoot it out later as lightning bolts from your eyes and smoke curling from your ears and the look of death upon you? Is that how that works? I'm just curious. Right. So again, I wrestle with this issue mentally. I don't know. I I I I don't know. Pretty it's all fucked up. Like I can't be on a you wouldn't want me on a jury because I could easily be swayed just to say fuck it all and just burn it to the ground. That's a really good perspective. You're I think you're new to the channel. I haven't seen you in here before, but that's a great statement. That is and actually pretty accurate as well. Uh, so Devin Anderson, let me ask you something, man. These video games that are so detailed that they're basically there are pornographic aspects to them. What do you think about those? Can you give me some input? Because I don't play video games at all. What do you think about these porno games and things like that? I'm really curious about that. Yes, dumpster fire. We need to you know put the wall up, starting in starting at one end of California, going to the other. Yeah, this is pretty insightful. That is pretty insightful. Oh, you saw okay. All right, I got you. What's up, Stepfire? It's pretty cool. You know who I don't see in here is that guy from the debate thing the other night. Trippy Cast. That dude was on it, man. That was a pretty sharp dude. I wish that guy was in here right now because he could probably be he could probably point out some really cool shit. Um, Night, buddy. We'll see you. Tune into the day shift, man. Maybe you can jump on. We'll talk about some good stuff. No different than porn. I have not played Leisure Suit Larry. I no fucking clue what that is. Okay. All right. Awesome, man. Cool. I'm glad you made it. Glad you made it, dude. Glad you made it. Call of Duty come for bully. Come on, man. Come on. Also, yes. Also, yes. Mostly stay away from them. I stay away from them mostly. I play sports games. Games like that just spread degeneracy to young people, and that's my thought. So, um, yeah, I don't know what that's right. I don't know what that is. I mean, I mean, that's what I do. I can't speak for everyone. I am? How so? How am I wrong about libertarianism? I'm not a fan of it, but please educate me, sir. I'm super happy to learn. If it's not a sports game, play Ghost Recon. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, guys, I ran through that. Our chat has just been on fire tonight. I have barely been able to keep up. There was something else I wanted to address. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, yeah, that's accurate. He seems like he's stuck in the weeds. I don't know. I think Brian is he's found his niche and he's just gonna stay in there. I should have said that earlier. All right, guys. All right. While I'm waiting for more comments to come in, I'm going to talk a little bit about. We're going to talk some business, finance, retirement, investment kind of stuff, and actually, we're going to go over this thing that how people always talk about they can't find affordable housing, that kind of thing, and what and also people who say they can't find deals. So this is actually a live deal. Let me see if I can find it really quick while I'm. Um, just give me one sec. I've got too many things going on my screen. Why do I have so much? Um, that is actually very insightful, Max K. That is pretty much pretty accurate, actually. I really like it. So there is in a little town pretty close to me. I'm trying to find this because I saved it the other day, but I think I jacked up the link, so I'm gonna have to dig it back up, and I will. Should be able to. Let's see. Anyway, so sometimes there are deals that make sense, and sometimes there are deals that do not make sense. Especially in real estate, I think that, and I wanted to have this discussion the other day because I always hear these OnlyFans girls talk about investing in real estate, and it just I gotta be honest with you, man. It's just so disingenuous. Like it's so crazy to hear them talk about this stuff. I'm like half the time I'm like, you're fucking insane. Like there's no way. No way. No way. So I found this ad the other day and I can't I don't know. I corrupted the link. I can't find it back. I can't find it again, but it's all right. Um I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. ZD Den, that's fine. I don't think Brian hates this podcast. I think he gets very frustrated and he does his best to hide it, and sometimes it just can't. Just can't. I like auctions a lot. The unfortunate thing is a lot of other people like them, and it's very hard to find a good deal. I ran across this deal the other day, and it's something that I don't think that most people would think about. I'd love to. I'm going to see if I can't find the ad again. I don't know why I saved it, but apparently I cut the link in half or some shit, and now I can't find it again. Pardon me. But let's see. I get all kinds of stuff. So anyway, but basically the deal was is it was it's actually 5 properties. It's 4 homes and a commercial building. It's all on the same property. It's basically um in an older part of town. It's 1.3, I think it was 1.35 million. 1.35 million, and it's a really good deal because when you break it down, you got 5 houses. 2 of them have been restored. Um, the other 3 were okay. You wouldn't have had to fix up much. Each one of those would probably rent in that area for maybe, I don't know, probably 1,200 a month, maybe a little less. I don't know, maybe 1,500 a month. I don't know. Houses always, can go either way. Be really expensive or really not. Plus, you had the commercial building, which was actually really nice. So that would probably rent for another 2,500 a month or more. So in theory, if you had the 4 houses that, let's just say, $1,500 a month, right? 4 houses, $1,500 a month. That's $6,000 a month, plus $2,500 a month on the um, commercial building. All of a sudden, 1.35 million does not seem all that expensive, right? Because 1.35 is probably, if you did 10%. Well, most people, I don't know if most people can put 10% down, but if you did a standard commercial loan, you get 7.5 today. You're looking at probably, now I'm doing all this on the top of my head, so you can fact check me and all that, whatever. But I think you would end up being right around, by the time you had if you did it on a 20 year instead of a 30 year, and you did um, you put anything down, basically, you're probably looking at about 5,000 a month, maybe 5,500 a month in um, in a mortgage, and your rents would cover that. Now, would it be worth it? I don't know. I've been looking at it. How would you evaluate something like that? Well, I would evaluate it. I did evaluate it based on how old the buildings were, the fact that 2 of them had already been remodeled, and that the other 2 houses that were, like houses, those 2 probably still needed renovation, so that's a little bit of money. And I did not know what the commercial space could be used for, other than that, maybe a warehouse or something like that. So I went for, like, literally basically no money whatsoever. Like basically the cheapest rent possible. So um it is entirely possible that I'm being ultra conservative, and that, each one of those houses would rent for $2,000 a month, and the commercial space could rent for $3,000 or $4,000 a month, and you would be way money ahead, right? But you always want to use the most aggressive, most conservative numbers that you can, in my opinion, because to do otherwise is to bullshit yourself into believing shit that isn't true. Um, your carrying costs, which is what Arthrody is asking here, is what about when you have no occupancy and no one's paying? Mathematically, when are you calculating what you make off of it? I don't plan on. So this is the thing about a mortgage property. I really don't plan on making any money off of a property with a mortgage on it for the first 5 to 10 years. After that, it doesn't matter, right? Because by that point, you've paid down enough. You can refinance into a lower rate. You can go from a 20 into a 15 or a 10-year mortgage. Every time the shorter the term on the mortgage, the less interest you pay. I think that it's always really important to keep in mind that if you're financing into like a 30-year mortgage, $100,000 difference in cost, or actually it's not even $100,000 difference in cost. 1 point of interest on the average like $400,000, $500,000 house can be $100,000 in interest that you pay over the life of that loan. So that's important, right? Like that's really important. So at every opportunity, you have to be aggressive in your financing strategy. You have to be aggressive in paying it off. If it were me, I wouldn't count on making any money. I would literally every dime I made out of it, I would plow back into it to either upgrade it so that I never had any problems and I kept it full the whole time and all of that, or alternatively, which I think is something that's really underrated, and I don't think enough people consider and do. Just pay that fucking mortgage down, right? Like, just pay it down. There's no way that you can sit there and tolerate. I fucking did something there. All right, there we go. There's no way that you can tolerate being negative every month in a property. If you can, then you're doing better than me because I can't. I literally mentally I can't take it. Right, like mentally I can't take it. So when I have had a mortgage on a property, every dime that I made out of the property went back into the property, paying that mortgage down that much faster. And then I would literally pay down the mortgage, like literally every month. And then I would refinance every like 5 years, or I guess actually probably every 2 to 5 years, I would refinance it into a shorter and shorter rate. So if I started at a 30, I'd go to a 20 and then a 15 and then to a 10, and basically try and cut my interest payments down as much as possible. And usually I didn't actually ever make it to the 10. I would usually just have it at a 15 and pay it off because I would have already paid on it 5 years or so. So it was no big deal. But you just can't. I can't stress enough that the faster you pay it off, the better off you are. There's just no. There's no like. There's no math that works to where paying more interest over more time does anything but cost you money. Now, okay, does it put a couple more dollars in your pocket day to day? Maybe, I don't know. But do you need if it puts an extra $1,000 in your pocket over the year, or $10,000 over a year, but you end up spending $100,000 more for the property, have you really saved anything? The answer is no. The answer is no, you have not. I'm going to answer some questions here. Let's see. I really hate when my nose is messed up. Let's see. Yeah, it's good passive income. So it depends on your state. Some states, like I can't, Tennessee does not require me to report real estate income below a certain amount. I'm very careful to stay there. Mining, no, I don't like mining. I used to really like mining. I think if you know it, you can do really well. But if you're trying to learn it, it takes a long time to learn, and I think that there's a lot of risk. My opinion. Right. Yeah, I figured it'd be somewhere around 8 grand a month. That's what I figured. 30-year fixed. Um, prolong 10+%. How would I manage my investments? The only way you can really truly inflation proof your investments is to have them paid off, so that they just go. They raise with the current rate, and they do not devalue like cash does. So that's right. Interest is the price of money. Interest is what it costs to buy money, and right now it's very expensive to buy money. Yeah, Australia has like ridiculous tax law. It's really crazy. Night, Devin Anderson. I'm sorry I lost you there. I know once I start talking money, people just bail. That's okay. Um, so there used to be a whole lot of like invest in gold and all of that for hedge against inflation, but I don't know that holds as true as people like to represent it. I can't buy stocks. Well, I mean, I can, but it's very difficult because of the circumstances in which I would have to buy them. So I prefer to buy in cash. I always prefer to buy in cash if possible. I do take out a mortgage here and there just to bridge, but I do prefer to pay cash. And really, you know, if you're going to have to save like 10 years to pay cash, I don't know that that's really worth it unless you're earning interest. Now, a very good argument can be made that if you put your money into something that's making 5 to 7% a month, back a while ago, you were making more in the savings account than you were on the interest of a than you would be spending on the interest of a loan, and therefore that you are effectively paying your house payment but getting paid for it every month, and then you could go buy a house in cash, and that would work. Let's see. Yeah, Max K is pretty accurate there. The the problem is that the problem we have right now with the idea of I mean, I don't know. It's a long conversation to have about, and it's an argument really because everybody has a preferred way of looking at it. In my mind, if I can lock it, all right. So I hear this a lot right now a lot. I would prefer to pay cash. That's just my preferred way of doing it. My buddy was talking about buying a house because houses are really cheap right now. They're starting to come down, or they've been coming down for a while. They're starting to really drop. So if you have, like my buddy's like, well, it's attractive to him now to go out and buy $1 million house because he can buy $1.5 million or $2 million house for $1 million. That's good math. I like that. Now, if he goes out and buys that house for $1 million at 7%, 7.25%, $7,000 a month, maybe a little more, depending on how much he puts down in mortgage, and he would normally do a 20. He would normally do a 20-year mortgage. If he does a 20, it refinances in the next 2 to 3 years into a lower rate. So let's say that he gets 7.25 today. I think the rate's going to drop to 5 if he refinanced it when it hit when it hits 5. That's pretty significant savings on over $1 million loan. So there are benefits to it. But if you can pay cash, it's always I personally like to pay cash. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, I really actually do wish that we had never gone off the gold standard. I think that we really have actually had an issue. My real estate tax isn't that high. My property tax. Um, my total cost of ownership right now for a year. I mean, I own a house right now that's I paid 221 for in cash, and my monthly or my yearly property tax. I want to say on that property this year was $1,200, about $100 a month. Um, compared to what I was spending in California, which was about 1,200 a month or 1,300 a month on a house that was worth $600,000. I'm okay with what I'm paying in Tennessee. Um, and I don't mind paying that. They did raise my property tax 0.35% in town, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, um, I mean, there's a lot of stuff there. Um, you're you're paying 1,100 a year, Kevin? Really? Oh yeah, that's right. You're over near Knoxville. I forgot about that. How are you paying that much? That's crazy. It would be great, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen. Um, I haven't looked into Alabama. The problem is Alabama rents are really low. So again, I like where your head's at, but I can't. So I'm all right. Just for example, I rent my house that I paid 221,000 cash for, which today, in theory, is worth about 730, something like that. In theory, um, but oh, you have city and county tax? The fuck? I don't pay city and county tax. I pay city on my city property and county on my county property. What's going on over there? Um, in your county, you guys need to vote some people out. What you need to do. Where was I? Oh yeah, okay. So, um, I get 2,100 a month, and I could get more out of the property that I paid $221,000 for. I like renting it very quickly, so it's no big deal. I pay roughly $100 a month in property taxes on it. That's my only cost on the property. Um, fuck, dude, Jesus. I didn't realize that your little burg was that greedy. Your little burg needs you need to vote some people out, bro. Where's I at? Actually should go. I wish I was in my office. I have my property tax right on my desk because I recently just paid it. Let's see. Actually, we can pull it up. Let's see. So I'm gonna throw this up here. There you go. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you guys can pull that up. But you can look and see that the house should rent for 2,400 bucks or 2,400 bucks a month. I rent it for 2,100 a month. It's on 20 acres. I only use a quarter. I actually the house only is only is I only rent an acre of it or less. It's actually I think like maybe half an acre that I rent and paid. I don't. It's had pretty low taxes overall um, for the past few years. Again, I think I paid. I want to say I paid about 1,200 in taxes. It did go up a little bit. It did go up a little bit, but yeah. See if I can find a better one. Yeah, you can pull that right up. There you go. There you go. Just throw the link in there, and then I'll. What I'll do is I'll actually do this. So this is like a real deal. This is the real deal, right? Like there's um no guessing. I can show you exactly what the deal is, right? Um and I wish I could find that other ad, man. That thing was great. If you want to see how bad the market is right now, here, check this out. Actually, I should be watching this a little more closer myself. Check this out. Where's my hat? So if you look at this, this shows that the value of the house since I bought it. Yeah, you're gonna scroll down. There's a graph down there that shows the Redfin estimate. So it peaked in 22, which is obvious. That's what they all do. Like 6, 9 or 7. It was like 700, and it's been around 730, 750, and then in the last couple of months, it's dropped almost $300,000 in theoretical value, and that's what the real estate market's doing right now. So it's a good time to buy, it's a bad time to sell, and it's really, really a terrible time if you're in negative equity, which a lot of people are. Um, Boulay, that flooring, that's just LVP, man. That's just LVP. Is that good or bad? Because it's on 20 acres. I think the biggest part of it is. Yeah, no state income tax is a big deal. Big deal. Yeah, thanks, man. I put a lot of effort into it a year or so ago when I restored it to its former glory. And it's not an expensive house. It's not like super huge or anything, but it's a great little it's a great little rental. The people that live there like it and are super happy to pay the rent. So if any realtor tries to tell you that the prices are going up, they are completely full of shit. But it is a great time to start looking at buying because this is what's happening all over. I don't care. I won't. I don't need to sell it. I won't sell it. I own it free and clear. So you know, no big deal. It's a good thing. And then we can look at another one. Um, uh, here's another one. I paid $280 for this one a few years ago. So where we at? So this is real. This is real stuff, man. I'm not not pulling shit out of my ass. Pardon me. So this is a 3-2 that I bought. I rent it for 21.50 a month. It's a nice little house in the middle of town. Not in the middle of town. It's by the VA hospital. It's actually a really good little rental. Um, it works out really well. And again, I own it free and clear. I'm looking for the taxes. What I pay in taxes on it? Um, so I paid. Yeah, I pay about $2,000 a month on that one because that is city taxes. City taxes. So, you know, pretty good stuff though. Pretty good. If you can do what is it, a 1090 exchange, you should do that. LA. No, man. I think the housing market in LA is just jacked. I can't believe anybody pays what they charge out there. Dude, a fourplex for 275, that would be I don't know what the rent is there, but it would probably be pretty cool. Yeah, that's a reality, man. Is like the houses are, they're not that great. Yeah, you have to do an exchange, the 1090, 1030, whatever exchange, and then you can you can avoid paying the capital gains on most of it. Uh, 55% of state land use laws. Yeah, I mean, yeah, to some degree, it's true. Yeah, man. I mean, I just I try and get the right deals. Yeah, 1031 exchange. Thank you, thank you. My brain is not working right now. Yeah, that's right. And the thing is that we've been told for about 5 years, 6 years that we have a housing shortage. Actually, I had a discussion on this last week where I literally had to embarrass a guy because he didn't understand what the actual issues were. And the at the end of the day, you can't you can't ignore the fact that the developers have built more houses than there are people to move into them, and that's going to drive the price down. I mean, that sounds like a winner to me. So if you got 2 grand a month out of that, 275 for the unit, if you can put like 20 grand down or maybe even less, um, you're looking at you're looking at like 2 grand, $2,300 or so a month in in cost. So you're barely breaking even, but you're not actually um, you're not hurting either, and you're building equity in the house. The problem is if you have one little bump where you have 2 or 3 units empty for a few months, you're actually screwed. Yeah, that guy was arguing supply and demand in the actual wrong way. We're pretty based. We don't use gun cabinets because they're at hand at all times. Yeah, do that. Do that exact thing. I don't have any houses in California anymore. I did. I'll show you the house I had in California. Hang on a minute. I wonder if it's sold again. Actually, what was my fucking address? Yeah, there it is. Well, unfortunately, I can't. I can show you that. I pulled all the pictures down. Just terrible. I think. Oh yeah, that is it. All right, I'll just throw this up there. Whatever. So this is how stupid the housing market is in California. This is a house I sold in California, I think back in like, I don't know, 22, I think, 21. Yeah, I never have enough guns, but I do have a gun at hand. I do. So that house there, we sold that, I think in 20, and I can't tell if they've sold it again or not. There are no inside pictures, which is terrible, but whatever. I actually still get calls from realtors wanting to list it for me because they think I still own it. Trying to find the property taxes. Yeah, sold that. Yeah, sold it in November 2020. So here's what we can talk about property taxes. Property taxes there were $12,000 last year, 11,755. Yeah, I sold it in 11/20. That was me. I sold it then. Thank you. I just redid all of this between shows today. So, yeah. That's no shit right there, especially in the St. George. Have you? I don't know if you're in the St. George area, but the St. George area is just nuts, just crazy right now. Would it really? Where are you at, Nick? It's 1,800 square feet, man. It's over $1,000,000. I should have kept it another year. I did not. Western Canada? I didn't know they had houses there. But you guys lived in igloos and tents and shit. Oh, you grew up in Utah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I mean, those are legit, ways to look at real estate. Real estate's really hard, man, because and it really annoys me when people talk about real estate like it's easy because you have a lot of carrying cost. Like I'm looking at doing some flips coming up, and the only way they make sense is if I go literally if I can buy a house for like literally rock bottom, and if I can turn it in, like, do all the work, anything it needs, I need to get it done in under 60 days because um, if it's not sold in 90 days, I have to start paying on it, and then every single month it eats into my profit, and there's not going to be enough profit there. There just isn't. I mean, just look at the graphs and see how everything is dropping, right? Like, see, I mean, it just is. Even in places that are trying to prop up the prices, they're dropping. Your property tax, well, you're Florida, man. Florida is just terrible. Wyoming is full. Yeah, yeah. I much prefer the property taxes here in Tennessee. I mean, we laughed at the property taxes when we got them here versus what we were paying in California. California was, 12 grand. It was basically a grand a month. So, yeah. We might make this a short show tonight. I think I'm having a little bit of a hard time kind of concentrating and staying on my on task. The I need probably need some more sleep, take some more sinus meds, or maybe less, so that I'm not as foggy. I feel really foggy, but it is what it is. I was better earlier today. You're in LA County, dude. That sucks, man. Sucks so bad. Yeah. Well, that I don't know if that helped anybody with the real estate stuff. I mean, it's just you just have to look at what your total potential income is, what it's going to cost you. It just seems really simple, but it's not. It's really not. Like, and you have to identify what your risk tolerance is, and to some degree, you have to kind of just have a sense that you're going to be able to rent it. Like every property I have, every property that I've owned, I've never had sit empty for longer. Well, I've had them sit empty longer. I've never gone listed it and it not been rented within 8 days. Not one single time. Like I put the listing up within 8 days. I've got a qualified renter. I have deposits. I have leases. Everything is signed, ready, sealed, ready to go. That's just the way it is, you know. But it's you you have to be willing to put in some legwork. You have to be thinking about what that investment is. It's no different than investing in um, various commodities, right? I mean, you are investing in a commodity, and there's risk. There's real risk involved in real estate. I really hate that people say that there's not, um, and they act like it's like super easy and everybody, the market can't do anything but go up. I mean, we have $1 million houses here that are, like there's a house that's on okay, there's a house that we looked at last week. I looked at it for my buddy. It's been up for sale for over 300 and I want to say like 380 days, 390 days, something like that. Almost 400 days. It was listed at 1.5. It was up 2 weeks and pulled it, put it back up for 1.5. Couple of weeks, pulled it, put it back, waited, put it back up for 1.5. Now the realtor that has it listed at auction for 1 point. Well, she has kind of a reserve set at 1.2, 1.1 or 1.2, and she's counting on the fees, the auction fees, to push it over or almost to 1.4. I'm assuming that she owes 1.2 or 3 on it and just wants to make sure she gets something out of it. When what she should be doing is, if a house isn't moving that fast, you need to get rid of it. Yeah, California is weird, man. California is weird. I don't even know what's going on. The Yeah, I mean it's really tough, man. I don't understand where, and there are a lot of people right now, like there are people that quit their good jobs to be real estate agents that are probably about to go bankrupt because the market is tough. It's tough. If you don't have a list of clients, you're fucked. You're fucked. You're not going to be selling $1 million house. You're just not. You won't even get the listing. So you really got to get into it. You have to kind of like watch it, and only you can decide if you have the personality for it. And everybody will tell you, well, you can use a management company and all that nonsense. Well, sure, absolutely you can. If you want to give 10% of your 20% profit to somebody else, which okay, so let's just say that your 20% profit is 2 grand, you know, and you're going to give somebody, 10% of that. So, you know, 200 bucks. So now you're making $1,800 instead of 2 grand. Maybe it's worth it a month. I don't know. I just don't believe that real estate. I think a lot of people go broke in real estate. I mean, a lot of people go broke in real estate. And I haven't checked the numbers today. Last time I checked, we were still over 32% of mortgages are upside down. They're negative equity. That means people owe more on their houses than they can sell it for. And that's bad. That's bad for the market. Flan Life, buddy, you have a great rest of your evening. Hope you're doing well, man. I need to catch up with you and see what's going on in your life. Have a good rest of your evening, and we'll talk soon for sure. Absolutely. Real estate, I think, is not a job you do on the side. I think that you have to make a decision that you're going to do it, and you just do it. And it can be a side job, but it's got to be something that is a massive amount of focus, or you're gonna end up, like I said, you're gonna end up getting fucked. I mean, just look for example, like so, if you have like let's say the AC goes out, which I actually just had happen recently. If you have your AC go out in most places, a unit by itself is 5 grand. Installation's another two, so it's $7,000 to put AC back in your house. If you got tenants, you're gonna have to do that pretty quick. So if your profit for the year, right? Let's just say, you know, let's say you rent a property for $2,100 a month. So that's what um, 20, a little over 25,000 a year, right? Is that right? 2,100. Yeah, a little over 25,000 a year. Tick over it. And let's say you have to put a AC unit in. That's 7 grand. So right out of the gate, your 25 is now 20, or pardon me, your 25 is now like 15. Is it 15? No, it's not 15. It's fuck. I can't do math now. Fuck, I'm really fucked up. Fuck. I can draw a blank. Anyway, so you're not now. You're 18. Thank you. You're 18 grand in profit. Property tax $1,200. It all eats up, man. It all eats into your profit. So at that point, have you really made anything? Probably not. Probably just barely eking it by. It's not really worth it, right? So yeah, I mean, toilet breaks, that's $300. Water leak under a sink, that's $300. Funny smells under the floor in the crawl space, that's going to be another few $100. I mean, and that could be 1,000, $1,200. I mean, pest control, like squirrels get in the attic. I mean, I actually had that shit happen. I actually had a tenant call me up. They were hearing what they thought were rats in the attic, and it was squirrels. I had to send a pest control guy out. It was like $250 for this guy to go out there and shoo away the squirrels and seal up where they were getting in the house. So if you're going to look at real estate as potential investment, you got to be smart about it, and you have to be willing to go through it. And a lot of people shouldn't, because they can't do it. You can't do it. You just can't do it. and all the you can read all the Robert Kiyosaki books. You can read all kinds of shit about how to be a good real estate investor, and you're just not going to get there. It's just and you're just all you're going to do is you're going to throw good money after bad year after year until you finally get sick of it and sell the house. And you've really not made any actual money. You've just frustrated yourself for years and years. You may not have lost any either. Still, don't do it. Don't do it unless you know you're going to do it. And if you are going to do it, do a lot of research. I like for sale by owner. I'm actually looking at a property right now to do for sale by owner. They're fucking delusional. But we'll see what works out. We'll see what works out. I would like to buy it because if I can buy it, if I can buy that so it's 10 acres. If I can buy it for 15 an acre, 150 grand, I can divide it into 2 5-acre plots. I can put 2, really nice, like 5,000, 5,500 square foot houses on it. When the market, um, comes back, which it will, when the market comes back, those become, those will become million and a half each. To build those houses, about 400 grand, maybe a little bit more. But let's just call it 400. And it's actually if I just build them as builder houses, they're probably about 280, 300 today's cost to build. But if you start doing granite, if you start doing, high end appliance, I mean, you can spend 80 grand in high end appliances alone. So don't do that. But that could be what turns $1 million house into a $1.8 million house. So, kind of got to spend it to make it at that point. But I would like to, ideally, if the deal goes through, I'd like to build 2 houses. I'd like to be about 1.2 in the deal when it's done, all done, ready to sell. And I like to sell each house for at least 1.1 million each, at least. I honestly think I honestly think I can get probably 1.5 to 2 million for them based on location. Who knows? I don't. Not right now, obviously. Right now it's shit. But when the market swings back and get good money out of them, I'd like to spend 8 months on the project. I'd like to make $1 million. That would be the ideal thing. The problem is all the pieces have to fit. The owner's being fucking delusional. They want double what the property's worth. I can't do that. That's bad math. Right now, building material cost is down, but labor cost is a little bit up, which means that I may not be able to build the houses that I want to build. I may not be able to make that happen. So I'm trying to. I mean, it's just I'd really like to make it work out, but we'll see. We'll see. So it does sound like girl math. I mean, it does sound like girl math, and it's bad math. It's all bad. Same on real estate agent fees. Yeah, absolutely. And 6%, sure. But here's the thing: because I always have my realtor write up my contracts for me. But even when I'm doing a buy owner sale, and I just kick him like 2 grand, 3 grand, whatever, he's not going to make his full 3 or 4 whatever percent, but he doesn't make 6. He makes like 3. And if you read it, and again, this is actually I'm going to go back here. This is a perfect example of why most people should not get involved with real estate investing if they're not going to put time into it. Because the number one rule is you read the fucking contract. Before you sign with a realtor, you see what their percentage is, and then you negotiate that. If the realtor wants 6%, you say, "Hey, I'd be a lot more comfortable if we would do 3%, and if you get us the right house at the right deal and you save us X amount, then we'll give you a kicker on top of it." that's up for negotiation between you and your realtor. And if your realtor won't negotiate, they may not be the right realtor for you. So that's an important point. Thoughts on a new law? I got a lot of thoughts on that I'm not going to go into tonight. I actually talked to my realtor about it. I think that it is. I think it's going to drive a lot of the people who got into real estate as a career later in life because of the housing boom, and they were watching people make $40,000 commissions, and I think it's going to fuck a lot of people, which it needs to. They need to find out the hard way. No, I don't. I don't actually need a realtor. And my realtor knows I don't need him. I know all of the things. I have all my own inspection people. I have all of that. But that's me. It may not be you. Maybe you may need a realtor. The only time I need a realtor is for writing the contract. And the only reason I use them to write the contract is because it makes it easier to deal with the title office. And that's it. That's the only, and he knows that's the only reason I use it. Honestly, I could sit down and spend, 3 hours or so fucking around writing a contract up. I've read enough of them. I know what it should say. But the title company, they can be weird to deal with. So, it's easier just to let them do it and pay the guy a couple of grand. $3 grand. He makes $1,000 an hour. Who cares? And he doesn't have to show me anything. All right, guys, I have pushed my luck as far as I'm willing to push it tonight. I will be back on tomorrow during the afternoon. I'm going to go take some whatever the fuck I got, Sinutab or whatever the fuck it is, to clear out my sinuses. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow on the day shift. It'll be great. I can't even think straight right now. So but hey man, I toughed it out. I'm here. Made it through the show. It wasn't quite our normal 5.5 hour extravaganza, and this last hour has just been kind of shitty because I real estate requires me to any kind of talking about money requires me to focus a little bit more, and I'm not really that focused. But hopefully, I made sense, and you guys were able to glean a little tiny bit of information. I hope it helps you. It would be it'd be my wish that everyone ends up with fuck you money. Unfortunately, most people will not, but you can. You really can. You can do that. So until next time, guys, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here and don't go away mad. Just go away and get off my lawn.